Test 1, 2, 3 testing, and we are back, and hopefully now we're at standard resolution here, man. Let me just double check here. Bring this up in Twitch. See if the video is fixed. Image source is 1080p. Video is looking good and crystal clear. Audio seems to be working. I think we're fixed. All right. Sorry about that little pause there as I went to figure out video settings. Man, video, not fun sometimes here. So, all right, let's see here. Hopefully maybe other people come back on the stream. I'm not sure, but we'll definitely archive this one to YouTube. So, welcome again. My name's Aaron LeBeau. I am a principal software engineer at Couchbase. We're a database company working on a React native module. And I was, before I reset the stream to try to fix some stuff, I was explaining the app here. So I've got a app. This is a Expo based app. I've got to run it via the command line. And then I was going through some of the code to explain what kind of goes on here. And so I think I'll go back to that. Let's see here. And so what ends up happening is if you click this run key, this little run button here, okay, it runs the update function here. And this update function then goes through and checks and sees whether or not you filled out a database name, right? You need to give me a database name because we're going to change the encryption key of the database. And if you don't tell me the name, I have no idea which database you're talking about. You can have many of them, right? So I'm going to say, hey, if your database name is not equal to blank, I'm going to go through and I'm going to call this function that I have defined, this change encryption key. It takes in a database, a group of databases, because that's our, from context, we store the database. Ooh, boy. This doesn't look always that great. But right here, you can see here, maybe I can, do I have to zoom out to try to fix that? Oh, that didn't fix it. Maybe I'm just zoomed in too much. Let me take a look here at settings, see if I can zoom out to maybe 150 will fix that. Still not all that readable on a stream, to tell you the truth. I wonder how I turn off this stuff that tells me what objects are. Do I go down to 125? Is it readable on the stream then? I mean, that's definitely readable, but it's not readable on the stream. It fixes the rendering problem. Can I just do custom font? Okay, that's getting better. Well, that seems to fix everything, but the freaking editor. The editor is the same, so that's not what I want at all. That's too big. Let's go back to 18. Okay, but now we've got to fix the editor font. Oh boy, the joys of streaming, folks. I do like streaming, but sometimes it could be. I definitely want to use compact mode. Apply so that should give us more space. We don't care about that. We care about the editor. Editor. Here we go. General font. All right, here we go. We want this to be 18. That looks a little bit more readable. Let's do 20. Nope, 24. Okay, that's readable on the stream. Yeah, that's readable. Okay. Jack up the font so you all can read this. All right, so let's see here. Back to our magic here. Now that we've fixed the font here. So I was showing that databases, we have a collection of them. They're a record, which is like a collection instead of TypeScript. We have a key, and so this is like a dictionary in C# or, you know, a hash that, you know, insert your favorite hash table concept of how to store a collection of information in your programming language of choice. And you've got the idea that I'm cooking here. So we got a key, which is a string, which is the database name, and then we store a database and for that. And we get these out of context. So this is a global thing that's set via the provider pattern. And this is set at the root of the application when it launches so that all the databases are available to all the various components and screens and stuff. And that's how that magic works. I get a function. The function should be right here. From this services folder, I have database, and then I have a function called change encryption key. And so we can go look at that real quick here because we call that code right here. And let's go to our services folder. There's our hooks, and here's our services. Here's change encryption key. And here's a very basic function. It uses the native module I'm currently developing called CBL React Native. That stands for Code Space Lite. It imports the database from that library. It takes in the set of databases that are stored via context. It takes in the database name that somebody typed in that form and the encryption key. And then we make sure that we can get one of those databases. So we say, hey, if this database name is in this list of databases, let's go grab it out. So we're going to use let here. And honestly, let is wrong. This should be constant because we don't plan on changing it at all. So that's a bad set of code. We're going to get a constant variable for the database. We're going to run the database's change encryption key. And then we're going to, if everything works and no try catch, we don't catch an error, we should return that this is awesome. And if obviously we couldn't find the database, and we're going to say, hey, look, you should have not got here. Now we're already checking that in the page, but we don't know who's calling this function, right? We have other pages calling this functions. We want to make sure we do some type checking ourselves or some data checking, sanity checking. Now the database object, this is where everything gets really kind of interesting. As part of this objects here, and let's go to the database and see how this works. And I can go, so I'm not using VS Code. I'm using, this is IntelliJ, which is from the JetBrains folks. I like IntelliJ more than VS Code. So I do most of my development in that. UBU, if you want to do that in VS Code, that's cool. But I'm a fan of IntelliJ. So let's see here. You'll see here that this change encryption key function right here calls something called an engine. And then it calls this particular function. Well, the engine is the interface actually that's defined up here. And it just says, I have an iCore engine. I have no idea where this engine is. I'm going to get the engine from the engine locator. And whatever engine you're using, I will then call that engine's database change function. Well, I can tell you how that works. And this is where it gets kind of interesting. Is that the engine's here. It's in CBL React Native Engine. Now, we have an interface and we tell that this is going to implement iCore engine. And then you can see here we have a proxy, and the proxy is what takes your JavaScript code and calls your native module code. That's going to be your Swift or your Kotlin code over in Android or Java, depending on how you want to write it. And you can see here that once we have this proxy, we can use this to call native code from inside of JavaScript. So that means I can have all my UI defined and stuff in JavaScript and React Native, but when I need to call out to native code, I can absolutely do that. You can see here in the constructor, we register ourselves as the engine in place, And so they're, hey, Nick, how's it going? What this allows me to do, and this is the BS or cool thing about it, is that I'm sharing all the code of my library between multiple frameworks. So this folder here is actually a Git submodule. The CB-Lite.js, it's a JavaScript library that I wrote, but it's generic code. And I'm using it not only in React Native, but also in Ionic. And I can use it in a Cordova, and I can use it in named JavaScript framework X, All I have to do is implement how those frameworks call native code, and I can reuse this library. And that's why it's an interface, and that's why I can do this. So what this all means is that if I look at this now and I look at the engine and say, well, then the engine must have some kind of database, encryption method, right? We call it change encryption key, right? So if we go, look, there it is. You'll see here, all this thing does is do nothing right now. Well, we need to fix that. We need to write the code then that goes through and tells the engine to call the proxy. Okay. And honestly, this code right here is pretty good. I like it. So we're going to steal it. And then we're going to change a couple lines of code. We need to call this change. We're going to steal the method name here because they must match. And they don't have to match. React doesn't say they have to match. I say they have to match. Because that way my sanity is kept. And we need to send in 2 arguments. We need to send in the arg's name and args.new key. Okay, and that should, why do I have that there? There we go. All right, folks. So if we call this code right here, is going to call a Swift method that's registered inside of Swift for, yeah, it is IntelliJ, man. Yep. I love IntelliJ. It's great compared to VS Code. So much better of an experience for refactoring and stuff. I honestly think that the UI looks better. The editing code and just the way to interact with, like, hey, like this little right here, if I highlight this code, this little bubble comes up. It's super easy to interact with this. And it gives me like these really cool menus. Like in VS Code, it is garbage, man. Like if I got some code open, I happen to have a VS Code window here on a different project, and I have to try to get the little window thing to show up, the little toolbar thing to do something with it. It's like a pain in the ass. It's not fun. Let's see here. Can I find a JavaScript file? Well, that's not JavaScript. That's really. Let me look at some code here. What do I got in here? My JavaScript brand. Here we go. Yeah. So if I go try to find this like here and try to click on this thing, I just don't like this UI. I really don't. And like the options aren't the same. Like if I want to refactor this, you know, I want to take this. You know, I want to move this out to a different component, right? Look at this thing, man. It's like, wait, what? It's just so basic, and this little window is really hard to see. And then sometimes you can see it, and sometimes you can't. I just don't like. I don't care for VS Code's code editor. I really don't. I know I'm not normal. Like, you know, it's like most people are like, no, VS Code's the best thing ever to happen to me. And it's like, well, good for you, man. I am super happy. Yeah, AppCode was great back in the day. I don't think it's supported anymore. I think that thing kind of died. Everyone's like, no, Xcode's good enough. You know, you don't need JetBrains. Which honestly, yeah, I mean, I use Xcode when I want to write Swift. I don't use JetBrains stuff. But if I'm doing .NET, you know, I use JetBrains as writer. And for pretty much everything else, even Android, I pretty much use IntelliJ. I have Android Studio installed, but most of the time IntelliJ is more than enough for me. Now I'm lucky enough that I work at a company where they pay for my JetBrains subscription. So, I mean, but they want me to be productive. And so I don't have to say, you know, thank you, Couchbase, for paying for the JetBrains subscription. I use it every day. You're getting your money's worth, I promise you. But it's not cheap. I think it's like $100 for one version. And I know that I have the enterprise license where I get all the JetBrains products because I use so many different of them for testing things. But yeah, this is the this must be the ultimate version. Ultimate. So yeah, very cool. I do like it a lot. All right, so what we have to do now that I've got this, and I'm telling it to call this proxy, right? This proxy is this is the bridge, they call it, that bridges between, right here, that's going to bridge between Swift and JavaScript. So I'm going to call the proxy. I got to have the proxy be able to answer this, right? And so how we do that is we come over to our Xcode. And here is a very, oh boy, I know people are not going to like when they see this if you're a Swift developer. This is what a standard Android or a standard iOS out of the box React Native app kind of looks like. Now, this is Expo, and it's Expo, and you're going to say, well, geez, Aaron, I thought you said it's React Native. I mean, you know, what gives? Why isn't it just React Native? Why is it Expo? Well, that's because React tells people that you should use Expo. So one sec here. React Native Expo docs and boy, this thing is that's terrible. Bing came up. It's like, oh, that's a life threatening thing there. React Native docs and I'm gonna bring up my very long set of things here, and they have somewhere in here. They have a line in here. Yeah. Right here. Right on the getting started page. Can I use React Native without a framework? The answer is yes. You can use React without a framework. However, if you're building a new app with React, we recommend using a framework. Okay. That is a big statement right there. They recommend you use a framework. In short, you're able to spend time writing the app instead of the entire framework yourself. And so, yeah, that's what they're kind of saying here. It's so if they go along here, they tell you to use Expo. Okay. Now, oh boy, geez, oh Pete. The problem with this is that if you're making a native module, okay, which is what I want a custom native module. You can find the intro here. They tell you to use this open source utility to create the native module, right? So if I go to iOS here, somewhere in this documentation, they tell you, maybe it's this local library setup. Yeah, right here. They say, hey, use this tool right here to create your awesome module. Well, the example app it gives you is a regular React Native app, not a Expo app. And it's garbage. And it's ridiculously hard to work within, right? Expo makes React Native actually semi-pleasant to use. I would even say pleasant to use. And so now your problem is that you have to try to figure out how to get your native module to use Expo, which I spent a whole day because I'm new. Oh boy, that's really bright. Let's get out of there. This is the project board for the current project that I'm working on right now, actually in GitHub. But so that's the point. Why am I using Expo? Well, it's because React told me to. And then so some of these modules, these CocoaPods, are Expo CocoaPods. And so you can see here, these are all the things that make Expo work. But then the rest of these are React. And React has got a lot of CocoaPods in order to make everything work. Now over here is my development CocoaPod, CBL React Native. And you'll see here, then we have something that every Swift developer dreads, seeing a bridge header. And you know what you're cooking then. You know you're going to have some kind of bridge module that you're doing. And so you can see here, these are RTC, this is a macro. So that's React's macro that allows you to hook in to the proxy, right? And we define a Object-C method, right? And so you can see here, I have one for change encryption. Right here it is. So database change encryption. And it takes in a name, a new key, and then a resolver. And these are the React has two options for your native code to run. Either you can resolve it and say everything was awesome, or you could say something went really bad. Now, why would they do that? Well, it's because of promises, right? A JavaScript promise has a happy path and a sad path. And so you need to be able to give it the results of the happy path via the resolve function and or object, how you want to think about that. And then also you want to be able to give it the bad path via the reject. And so that's why you have to define those two. And every one of these proxies should have both those in it. If they're not, then you're not really doing this right. Now, I don't want to write in Object-C, right? So I want to write in Swift. Swift is a way better language. So I made this new React Native object. Now, okay, once again, folks, like I said earlier, React Native knows about Object-C. So we have to inherit from NSObject. Womp, womp, womp. However, we could use some Swift stuff if you have enough knowledge of what you're doing here. So I want to run all this stuff in a background queue, and I want to name it this background queue on purpose. I don't want this ever running on the main UI thread. So because it's all database stuff, that'd be kind of terrible, right? So if I go into Swift, Xcode here, you can see here, I can go find my change encryption method here. And here it is. So you'll see here, I have to give the same macro name that I did in the M file, this file here. Whatever I define here, it must match over here. Okay. Now you take the variable names out, right? So you'll see here, this is just what they call the function name in Object-C, which would be database change encryption key with new key with resolver with rejector. And that's the standard Object-C way of thinking of the method name. And in Swift, obviously I have this function I want to map to that with the new key, resolve, and reject. I don't return anything because I'm going to use the resolve or rejector to return stuff, right? So I don't need return thing. So all your proxy functions should pretty much be voids. And then we do what we already need to do. So now the cool thing is that, notice that this is CBL.js Swift. That stands for Couchbase Lite JavaScript Swift. This is also shared code between all the different JavaScript libraries I have. So this database manager code already has all the code how to do everything to a database. It's all shared code. How to do collections, anything you can do in database in Swift with Couchbase, this database manager knows how to do that. So because of that, really, this is a very thin layer in my React Native module where I take the information from React, I have to adapt it to be able to run in my database manager. And then I just tell my database manager to do all the real work and then return something back if everything went cool. And if something went bad, I throw a reject. Now you're saying, well, geez, Aaron, you have that twice. Is that a defect? No, not really. So the problem is that I am in Object-C land. So if Couchbase Lite's Object-C, or if Couchbase Lite throws an Object-C exception, I need to handle it via NS error. However, any other, like a Swift exception, can be handled via the normal exception code. So you kind of have to catch both, which is a bummer, but very small pain. So basically what this is, this right here, the CBL React is a data adapter. It takes the data in from the proxy. It adapts the data via some functions I have. So you see here, I got some parse functions. This parses the database name, for example. This changes it from an NS string to a regular string. Make sure it's set to something, right? And I have this check value thing that takes in a string and stuff and make sure that the values are set. So basically, it's parsing out data from React Native, validating that the data is cool, calling my shared code, and then returning whatever happens from there. Now, I have to data adapt it back on the return trip back if I'm going to send back like data like JSON data or like a string or a number or anything, because it only can send certain data types back. What types, you ask? Oh, that's a great question. The answer to that is on this page right here. These are the data types that they support. They support NS string, they support bool, they support a double, they support NS number. Once again, we're in Object-C land here, right? NS array, NS dictionary, which is what I will probably send most things back as NS dictionary, because that's the closest thing that resembles JSON, right? Of course, I could serialize it, but then the problem is I have to JSON stringify on the other end, and that's going to cause me a performance issue, right? I don't necessarily have to deserialize everything. That seems like it's garbage. So I'm going to try NS dictionary, see if when we have to return like large amounts of data, if NS dictionary will do it for me. And then of course we see here that we have the response sender and the error blocks, which we're using the resolver and the rejector. And then there is also this option of what they call promise, which allows you to call from Swift JavaScript code. We're not going to worry about that right now. We will have to worry about that in the near future, but not for right now. You can see here for iOS, you can write your native module methods with any argument type that is supported by the RTC converter class. In that class, we can go in and see the code here. And they will show you here, this is what they support. This is it, folks. This is the game. Double, and float's going away. I know that because I read it in their docs. So float is even, I think, a red herring. They're supporting 64-bit integers, NS integer. It looks like arrays, dictionary. We talked about that already. String, number, set, data, index set. I didn't know about that. But this gives us the idea. This is what they're supporting. And they allow basically to send back and forth because this is their converter that converts the data type right back and sends it back to JavaScript. So that would makes sense, but that's what they support and don't support. Okay. So, and right here, I think they say, yeah, the following types will not be supported in turbo modules, which is their next generation architecture that they're working on. So they're saying right here, the response error block, they're saying no NS integer, CG float, or float. You should not be using those. So in fact, float's not even on the list here. So that makes sense that they ditched that. They also support things like constants, so you can share constants between Swift and stuff. I think so. I think NS dictionary is the way to go, Nick. I think you're right on that. But we'll find out very shortly here. Here's the callback I was telling you about earlier, that you can use this to kind of set up a promise, and you can call from iOS into JavaScript, which is kind of cool. Very cool, actually, if you ask me. But that's the docs. And we have promises. Sending events to JavaScript. They go through and give you an example here of how to do it. It's all in Object-C, I think. All right, so that's enough of the docs here. And I keep those open on another screen at all times because I'm a docs reader. That's how I know how to do something, is I read it in the docs. I am not a React Native super expert. I know how it works. I've read all the docs, and so I can answer basic questions on it. But haven't read every line of every code of the React Native framework, so I'm sure there's things I can learn. Now, given that this database encryption key functions here, this page should just work. I haven't tested it yet because I wrote it right before lunch, but the theory is this should work. And so we can test that. Now, how do we do that? Well, here's the problem. I ran the app via Metro, right, using Expo, and the app is running, but the app doesn't know about changes in Swift, only JavaScript. So if I were to change something in JavaScript, this would dynamically update. So I can go back to JetBrains. And let's just get out of all this hard stuff and get into like this little tiny code here that does the drawing on the screen. Oh, not that. We need the component. Let's go out to our app and then find our change database screen. So this should be change database screen. That's it. And you can see here we have a very small amount of code here. I could just put text in here. Hello world. Now, of course, it's mad because I haven't imported that yet. So I can right click, show context actions, and tell it to import that. Or maybe it won't tell me to do that. Let's click this bubble. That's weird. We'll import that. That should make it happy. If we go back to Metro, you'll see here that it loaded the module again because I made a code change, which means technically speaking, if I go back to the simulator, we should have seen a new hello world. There it is. So on this page, it didn't refresh because, I didn't tell it the page to refresh. But, here's the other thing. Out of the box, notice that I see hello world here, but I don't hear. No theming support out of the box. You kind of got to build it yourself. Womp, womp, womp. Where in iOS, I mean, if you build a UI kit or a Swift UI app out of the box, you're getting all the theming support. You don't do anything. Light and dark mode just work out of the box. You don't think about it. You throw something on the screen like a label or, a text field and stuff. It's not, that's not cool, right? Now, Expo, the guys at Expo, they're building this thing. They do allow you, they give you a very small, a starter. They give you this theme file, right? And they basically theme, and you can see here, Expo gives you this color scheme thing. What they give you is a text, a view, and some schema, and that's it. And everything else you have to build yourself. So I built if we go down into, where is it? Is it this one? One of these I built myself. I built a bunch of, there's a hook for it. That's right. Being the hooks. There is a use. Where's my hook for this? That's placeholder text, which I built this hook. But I think it's this one here. Nope. That's collection. I don't remember what I did with this darn thing. Placeholders there. I built this whole theme that basically builds the theme out. So I don't have to worry about it. Right here, I bet. Theme props. Yeah, so, sorry, they're props. Right here it is, style. So I went through and made a style for this. Made some theme props, and it kind of just basically kind of homebrewed my own what I need based on this file down here. So I have a bunch of base styles that go through and create like, hey, this is how Flexbox should work. This is how the space between items should work with the padding. Here's the text input. This is how how the font should look. And then for each one of the styles, I kind of went through and tweaked the colors so that they work in the way that I want them to work. So, I had to go through and build all that, though. Apple, out of the box, provides you something pretty great. They give you like a starter. I mean, I have to give Expo some credit because, holy crap, without Expo, the React Native is ridiculously painful. Expo, pretty cool. They give me the power to basically do cool things, I would say. And so because of that, the issue is what happened here is I did the text field, but I didn't load it in the text field from the styled version of the text view that I have. And so because of that, it doesn't know about all the styling options we have available. And I would have to tell it about the styles. Otherwise, out of the box, it's just gonna be like, I don't know what to do, Aaron. I'm just a dude that is trying to do some stuff, and I don't know that. So you can see here, this command here tells this input to be styled based on our styles, right? So I could do the same thing here. I could say, if I were to go in here and say style equals, and then I could say block styles dot text. And why did you, the gods, get cranky about this? Oh, because, oops. Now I can say styles. The autocomplete was writing bad code. And I'll just say this is text input color. No, not to say color. It's text color. That should be right. Because we're taking out of there the style for it, and then we want to set the text. I'm gonna take that back. That's wrong, because the text style on it should just need to be a regular text style. So either way, what we could do is we can technically speaking bring in some styles, and it would fix that label. And that's the reason why. Now there is a styled version of this already that I have in here that you don't even need to use a style. Then you just have to import the text component from a different spot, and that is in styled text, I believe. Yeah. So if I were, so text comes from themed. So if I were to import text from themed instead, import text from take that change. Magically, you can see that now it's working with both light and dark mode. But I had to pull it in from the theme component. I can't pull it in from the native. React Native out of the box, its text component knows jack crap about coloring. Yeah, they're giving you the core basics, and then it took Expo or you know, yourself. Really, you kind of have to do this yourself. You kind of have to come in and bring a theme framework in and kind of style this, and then now you can see it yourself there. So that's kind of it. How you do things there. I'm gonna remove that export because imports don't need anymore. So any hoodles, I should be able to run this damn thing, and it should all just work by theory. I haven't tested that yet, but let's go through and open a database. So we're gonna say test one. We're gonna give it a default directory. That's what this little folder icon does, and click there, and it says it successfully opened the database. That's cool. Oh shit. Let's close the database. Well, let's delete it. I forgot to give it an encryption key. Test one. I'll delete the database. Go back, test one, encryption key. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That sounds great. And I should make that a password field too, right? I mean, it is encryption. So open it successfully. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now what I should be able to do is change encryption key. 3, 4, 5. Oh, the new key. We want to give it hello. Okay, change the encryption key. Sweet. That means we got to close the database. Reopen it. We can try with the old one. It should fail. Yeah, I did. Use the new encryption key. Oh, that's bad. So we got to figure out what the hell happened because that didn't work. We're getting an operation could be completed. Is it because... Well, the database should be closed. Yeah, the database should be closed. So can't complete an operation on a... Yep. So now you're going to watch me do some debugging of the native code to figure out, like, well, what the heck is going on in the universe here? All right, so let's go through and make a new database. Database 2. And make this database key 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. This is technically speaking a native application. It's running. These are technically speaking native components on the screen. These are UI views. It uses UIKit. That means if I've got my friend Xcode, hey Xcode, how you doing, bud? Love you. And we find the simulator that I'm running on right now. I'm running on the iPhone 15 Pro Max. I can go into debug, attach a process, find the right version of the Expo app, which I'm not sure, so I should probably close one of those so I don't grab the wrong one. Let's grab the dark mode, not the, oop, shoot, I just said. We'll keep the Ionic version open over here off screen. Let me put that somewhere where I can get to it later. Now if I go back and look for apps that are running, let's go to attach process. Come on, here we go, only one. This will take a second for the process to attach. Anybody that's done this before knows that. And now that's attached, we can see down here this little window appears. And this means we're boss. Before boss, we should be able to now put a breakpoint in. So let's start with right here and see what the heck is going on in the universe. And then we can step through everything. We also probably want to put a breakpoint in the database managers change encryption key method. So let's see here, we're there. So let's go through here and see what it's doing over here. Make sure it should be a live breakpoint. We've got a database open. What do we call that database? Oh crap, I don't have it in state, do I? I think it was called test 2. Let's try test 2. Okay, it was test 2. Put it back up. I'm sure that's why I made the encryption key. Did. Okay, we can see here we've already got some messages coming in. Oh, I don't have the logging API turned on right now, so I can't see what Couchbase Lite's doing. Yeah. I should have wrote that first. I don't have any. I'm in the blind because I don't have any logging. Couchbase Lite has ability to turn on logging. I can cheat, but I'd have to do a new build. If I can't figure this out here, I will cheat and do a new build, and then I'll get the console logging turned on. Maybe I should do that screen next. All right, we're gonna try and change encryption key, see what happens. Database. But I already forgot what database we're using. Test. The test 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Test 2. All right. Test 2. Hello. And our breakpoint didn't fire. That's weird. Why didn't our breakpoint fire? We're attached. This is new for me. Huh. Is it because we're on background queue? Let's still put a breakpoint in here. No. Yeah, even this native code that should have had a breakpoint didn't get a breakpoint in it. I'm attached to it. Symbols were generated because I could see React messages coming in. Ew. For the love of everything good in the universe. All right, let's see here. What's going on here? Not hitting breakpoints. Why would it not hit breakpoints? Learning common errors. Oh, the stack trace. I don't want a stack trace. I want the ability to. They're saying that you have to build from within Xcode that you can attach to the process according to the Expo docs. Oh, this is news to me. I'm pretty sure I did this before, but I am reading the docs here. Just so you know here. And debugging runtime issues. That's what I want to do. Xcode, they're saying here do a pre-built. I did a pre-built that was needed. I mean, I could do that again. And then they're saying the Zedit, which is Xcode edit. But I already have the project open, so I don't need to know. That's for developers that don't understand where things are. So let's see here. What we can do don't ask again. We can do another pre-built, which all this does is send the JavaScript code and stuff over to the iOS project, so it knows what it's doing. And this should complain. Xcode usually complains if any of the code changed because it's like, hey, you just did something new, man. What's going on here? I don't know about this. So I could say that here's iPhone 15 Pro Max. I don't have Metro running, which is important, right? Let's make sure Metro's not running. Metro is the web server that does all this right here. It's what does all the hot reload for the JavaScript stuff. But they're saying just click the build and just build it with Metro not running. It's set to by default to a debug build. I see, said the blind man. Let's see what happens, Captain. Like in especially in Ionic, this is I just attach a process all day and it just works great. You can see here it's definitely building because you can see that it's doing all this stuff that takes forever. See, it's trying to connect to Metro. I don't have Metro running because the directions said don't do that. But they're saying to start Metro. What's the command that they're recommending? They're saying just npx expo start. So this would run Metro, right? Metro is the web server, like I said, that does all the JavaScript stuff. We should be able to see that here it is running now. You can see recently opened. Little green icon means it's good to go. And this should then load into JavaScript. That is our serialized UI code. There we are. Let's go back to Xcode. And let's go back and add our breakpoint in. So let's say our breakpoint's here, and we wanted one here. I mean, if it means you just have to run it from Xcode, I could give two craps. That's fine by me. I don't care. So let's get out of that so I can get to the file view in case I need to bounce around. Database test 2, I think was what we called it, test 2. We need to give it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as the encryption key. We're able to open it. You can see here Couchbase's light's mad because we don't have logging turned on, but you can see here that we're getting at least log messages. We weren't getting that before. Maybe this is the problem with debugging. Test 2, encryption key. Oh, we have to get the new key. Hello. Click play. No stinking breakpoint firing though. Even though the docs say this is only available for Mac OS user requires Xcode to be installed. Yeah, I did that. I did my pre-build. You all saw that. I didn't do this, but you shouldn't have to. It's saying do a start with no dev. Sometimes running your app in production mode locally will show you errors no one will be thrown. You can run it locally in production by doing expo start, no dev, minify. No dev tells the server not to run in development mode, and minify is using to minify your code in the same way that it is for production. I don't care about the JavaScript minification because this isn't a JavaScript problem. This is more of a Xcode problem where I'm not hitting breakpoints, which to me would mean that the symbols don't match, right? Because the symbols would be generated when it does a build, and if the symbols don't match, it's looking to see when you hit that symbol, that line in the code that's running, and it says, oh, okay, if that happens, I need to hit that breakpoint, right? I need to tap that. If you can't do breakpoints, you are dead in the water when it comes to doing software development. I'm just here to tell you, you gotta have breakpoints to survive. You know, maybe, no. I mean, it should have hit here and it should have hit here. But it's definitely got, so we can see here that the debugger knows things because here's a view hierarchy and I can change it to 3D if I wanted to. And you can see here, this is the entire view hierarchy that makes up the app running. You can see how wasteful it is on views, or not wasteful, depending on how you want to look at it. I mean, that's actually not too bad, really, when it comes down to it. When you look at, that's the view structure of the tree that's rendering. And you got your navigation bar up here with a button. We've got these. These are obviously the icon and the label here. And then you got one view inside of here. Our text is wrapped a couple times because it's themed, right? So you have, you're going to have a couple containers of wrapping there. But honestly, for an app like this, this is not that bad from a view structure standpoint. I've seen 8,000 times worse than this. I'm talking to you, Maui. Yeah. Huh. Okay. Well, that's weird. If the debugger wasn't running, I wouldn't be able to see this. So why am I not hitting breakpoints then? By the way, you also can select each one of these to see what view it is. And this will show you what it is in the call stack. You can see this is the screen, and then you have, here's a view controller wrapper, a navigation wrapper, a layout container, another navigation controller, screen stack view. So these are all the React Native art. You know, obviously RTC is React, and T is for the tree. So that's how React Native is rendering things. I mean, but really, I'm perplexed about how to, this is showing you by the way, the tree rendering. You can see component wise, like how it's drawing in what order. These are also very cool things to do when you're trying to figure out like why the rendering is not working and stuff. Anyways, enough with playing around with rendering. That's not my problem. My problem is I want to be able to hit my breakpoint. I can't. I'm attached to this process ID. Does it stop running? Stopped running. So that was my process. I mean, I could close that code. What they say to do, okay, you know what? Let's follow the full directions here. They say to use this command here. All this does is open the workspace, man. So I have a hard time. This is going to fix anything. You know, I just don't believe it. I want to run in the Fix Team Pro. I want the example app. I want to run it. I have a feeling it's the background queuing stuff that it's getting broke on. That's my gut feeling. Oh, it's trying to load Metro. Did I stop Metro? I did stop Metro. app's back. Xcode is definitely running here. You see here. I'm getting all kinds of messages. Make sure I've got my breakpoint still set. I see my profiling and memory use. Okay. Try open a database again. Test 2 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That worked. Touch base light sends a message. We want to change the encryption key. Test 2. 1, 2. No breakpoints hitting. No bueno. I mean, LLDB, yes, that's the debugger, right? But the theory would be is that, I mean, when you put a breakpoint in Xcode, that's what it's doing. It's just doing the command for you, right? So, you know, when I put this breakpoint in here, it should just be going over here to LLDB and typing the commands it needs to type. I mean, I can see my breakpoints are listed over here. I mean, it should tell me everything that's going on here. All the debugging tools are working. This is driving me nuts because it's like, if this wasn't working, I wouldn't be able to see all this. I wouldn't be able to see like the memory allocation of the app. I wouldn't be able to see these messages down here. I wouldn't be able to see my call stack here, right? Everything that's currently in memory. All these things are because of the fact that it's running in debug. I just can't hit a breakpoint for some reason. Yeah, that seems weird. Huh. Sick. So we can even see that here's my Quest-based Lite database that's in memory. You can see here I've got CBL encryption key in memory. A CBL database is the real database. The regular database is just a wrapper in Swift around the real database, which is that. You can see here is our fleece contacts. All the thing that's making up. I mean, all this is good. This is exactly what I expect to see from an allocation standpoint. What's going on here? And I know I built it from iOS, so because otherwise none of these things would work if I didn't build it from here. This sounds dumb, but right here, let's put a breakpoint in right here. Ooh. What's going on here? I am locked up. Why am I locked up? Oh, LDB hit something here. Wait a minute. No. Did it? So somehow I'm somewhere in debugging land. What just happened? So did a memory dump. Let's see here. Let's go to open database test 3. It is it. So remember how I told you I thought it was queuing? That's what's going on here. The queue is somehow causing the issue because I put a breakpoint in here. It's not able to find it because right here, the get file path, not running a separate queue and it's working. All right, so gives us some inside information here. So what we're gonna have to do is we want to debug. We'll have to take the queue out. Take the background queue stuff out here too. Boom, 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 boom. And then I'll have to research like how to properly add this back. I guess I could add it in via a flag. Should be on my queuing. And what is it? Error. Redent. Code readable. Now I bet you we can do a breakpoint back in. Delete. Don't need that breakpoint anymore, but I definitely want the encryption key here. So I want, when we do this work, I want that, and then I still want this encryption key over right here when we run. Oh, not that. We can delete that breakpoint. I want it in here. Oop, I don't care about that. I care about this. This line right here. I want that breakpoint there. Okay. Let's run again. And we can see what's going on. Boy, this stream music is kind of insane here. Let me change that music too. Let's see here. Let's go to just run chill. Yeah, that's so much better. All right, let's see here. It should be up. I see a bunch of green here. Xquote's running. Go back to test database 1. 5. Okay. Test database 1 opened. Change encryption key. Test 1. No. What? Why am I able to hit get file path breakpoint, but not here? All right. They only can mean a couple things. Either we're not, well, it's very possible we're not actually calling the right proxy method. All right, so let's properly debug this. We're developers, we can do this, right? So how do you do that? Let me train you. Let me show you how this works. So in Metro Land, I've got Metro running here. There's this J key. Press J. It tells on the physical device. You could do it on the physical device, but you can do it here. This should open the Chrome debugger, which is currently locked up. That's great. Got it. Chrome. What is going on with Chrome? Why is it being a turd? All right. You can do this with the shake command. So device and shake. This will bring up the little menu here. And now what you can do is you could say open the JavaScript debugger. This should open the JavaScript debugger for this app. And then once we know that the JavaScript debugger is running, we can actually just go in and look at the code for this. All right. So this is going to be your app here. So here's my app. And I know that it's going to be the node module, though, and I want the when I want this over here, and what I'm looking for is two things. Either I'm going to be looking here to see our database call from the engine to see what it's calling. So if I go to database, it's change encryption key, copy, create, close. That's never good when you don't see the method. Change encryption key here. So this is the problem. Here's what's going on here. According to this, database change encryption key is not running a new code that we wrote. So that is why we're not working. So even though we're just resolving a promise of undefined. And so that means that it's not going to run our database function of the change encryption key, which is, make sure that that's also set right. Should be up here actually. Open, close, change encryption key right here. Yep. So we say, tell the engine, we send the database name and a new key. All right, so that means when I changed the code, the build didn't make it to Metro. All right, well, that's easy to fix. We gotta close this out. Let's go validate that the code actually is changed properly. I swear we did that either I think we did that before I changed the video setting on the stream, if I remember right, but let's go check here. We have to go to the React Native code and the bridge. So we're gonna go to native engine here. Check the native engine code here. We can do find it here. Let's see, database, change database encryption. Here it is. Here's my change, right? So now my problem is I did not build the code change. So I have a native module, right? And the native module is being injected into this app that I'm using to test the native module. Well, every time I make a JavaScript code change, I have to do a build of that native module for the app to be able to use it. And so the module itself is not hot reload. You can't just change your module code and have it magically work inside of the example app. So in here, I have a option here, run build, npm run build. And this runs Bob, it's called, and don't ask me what Bob's acronym's for. I don't know, it's a React Native thing. But Bob will go through and do a build, and what it does is it takes all my code, it puts into this live common JS folder, and that's what the native module looks at then. So it's going through and combining all my code, and it's written in TypeScript. This is going to convert it over to JavaScript, so it's doing all that kind of magic. It doesn't use TypeScript compiler, even though it says it builds TypeScript. It actually uses Babel. Hey, I don't know what to say, man. That's what it does. I know that like in Expo, for example, there is no TypeScript config file here. I decided this very small one. And my understanding is that like most of the Expo, like I said, most of these things they're using Babel for instead of TypeScript, the things that you'd think they'd use it for. That's fine. All right, so we built. So now if we build, that means we should be able to, and honestly, I don't have to keep running this, I guess, in Warp. I just like Warp. Warp is pretty great, right? Here's Warp. Yeah, I could just run this inside of my IDE window, but I have to give huge love to Warp because, man, it's just, it's badass. So we go to Expo example. There's no AI built into the terminal in Jira, so there's no automatically do things for me. Feel naked here. They were saying to do a Expo start. But first we have to, I think we do this first. That will start Metro, and then we can run it from Xcode. So I was wrong about I bet you the queuing works. I bet you anything it was because the function was wrong. As I say, man, I've done breakpoints in this before. This makes no sense why it's not working. It'd make more sense that it wasn't seeing my code. That was not the issue. The issue of the background queue was not causing my issue at play here. All right, open database. Try again. Round 20. 5. We opened it. Let's go into here. Change encryption key. Test 1. Hello. Oh, we're definitely firing now. Awesome. This is what I want to see. Oh, all right. Let's see here. Let's start out with what we're getting in for values. We're getting in the name of test 1. We're getting in the encryption key of hello. That's working. Okay. There's no error. So we parsed out the database name and we're cool there. So we need to stringify the encryption key because my Swift code only uses strings, regular strings, not NS strings. Okay, that's cool. Make sure that there's no error message. Should not be one because otherwise we get it. We're not getting an error message, so that's cool. So we're gonna come over here to this land over here. So let's see here. Let's put a breakpoint back over here. Delete this breakpoint because we know all this code is good and just hit the play button. And we'll come over to change encryption key. So we're gonna try to get the database. We got it. Cool. Okay, we got the database here. Let's just make sure that we got a config on this puppy. We've got a encryption key, but we can't see it. That's normal, right? So that's cool. So we're gonna make a new encryption key based on the key that was passed in. Okay. You can't see the encryption key, by the way, because it's encrypted. That's what the password function does here. That should be the way it is. But we can see here that new key is hello. So we know that we're at least using new key here. We're passing it in here. We know it was set here. We can't see the crypto value, but it should be there. And so because of that, that should work. Now, if this didn't work, we would get an exception error. We would have like, the world would be ending for us. It'd be like, yo, danger, Will Robinson, blah, 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 blah. So that's good. Okay. And we're back to CBL React Native. So we're back over to where we put our, oh crap. I got too many windows open over here. So we're back here to our resolve, and we're doing no because we're sending nothing back because it just worked, which is we should be running the resolve. That is 100% correct. All right, so that is working. So that means we got to inspect the database open to figure out why it's not working with the key. So let's go here. Let's put our breakpoint in here, delete this one, figure out what's going on with database open, because obviously we know that the key is changing properly. So let's go into here, put a breakpoint here, see what's going on with database open to figure out why it's not working right, because it's got to be database open. So now we do a close of the database, test one. We want to close that puppy so we can reopen it with the new encryption key. So test one, our file location is the same as we did before. We're going to say hello is our new key. Let's go ahead and run this puppy and see what happens here. All right, let's start by looking at our values here. We have test one, our directory name, that looks correct. Our key of hello. Okay, that's all look good. Good so far. No errors. We're going to build a config object. Okay. Config's got 2 pairs. Make sure this is right. Directory, that looks right. Encryption key with hello. Okay, cool. I'm going to hash it. We've boxed that dictionary up to a hash. Looks good. All right. We have a breakpoint over here in open, so we should be able to put a breakpoint back here. Kill this one. I know that this part's, I know up to here we're working, so that's why I delete the breakpoint. All right, so here we are in Database Manager. I guess it doesn't care that I have 2 windows open. No, let's go with 1 window then. We're on a stream, we're cool. All right, we have test database 1. Let's just double check the database config to make sure that we're cool here. We have the key of encryption key set to hello, so that's good. Okay, we're gonna open it. Build the database config. Check the database config. See, make sure that we have the encryption key inside of it. So the encryption key is inside right here, right? That looked good. Also, capture ourselves here because we're probably gonna get an error. It didn't. Database is cool. Wait, what? Okay. That worked. Okay, what's going on here, folks? We didn't do anything. We didn't make any code changes. And now it says that it works. That's a very long directory name, by the way. Holy smokes. Okay. We were able to work it. It's not working. Was it because I didn't do a build? Was it because it must be because I didn't do a build. But anyways, victory has been obtained because this works. This is also super annoying. Is there an auto growth option in React? I don't know. We should maybe investigate that real quick here. rid of VS Code. Where's my ID back? Here we are. Okay. That worked. Well, shit, man. We got a feature. We're good. All right. Move on to the next one, I guess. Well, first, let's real quickly here, because I'm already here, do some investigation on this text field for the encryption key. And so the file path, excuse me. So that is in a different component. That is in the database config form. Yeah, so right here I have it set to number lines 4 and multi-line true. So let's ask our AI overlords, because I like doing that. So let's see here. I have a text input in React Native that is set to 4 lines. I would like it to auto grow so that all text is viewable regardless of how many lines. How can I do that? Here is my current code. Let's see what it comes back with. See if our AI overlords can help us with making that field grow so that it's not so ugly. So they're saying to make the text input auto grow fit all the text regardless of number of lines, you can remove the number of lines prop and ensure that multi-line set to true. So you may want to adjust the style prop to ensure that the text input can grow to height dynamically. Specifically, you can set the height style to undefined. Okay, so number of lines. Folks, done. Gangster style here. Tap, tap, tap. We are, and then style. Let's just copy this one line here. Replace the style here. See what they're saying. Why is it mad about this? Oh, it's just saying that the prettier needs to go in and kick in. Okay. Oh shit, that was easy. This is native code change, so I can just start expo and check this out, because this is just JavaScript code that's not part of the native module. This is the Expo app. So because it's just the Expo app, I don't need to rebuild the Expo app, the iOS app. Open database. Hey, that does work. Look at that. Not to scroll anymore. Yeah. All right. Thanks, man. Thanks, Copilot. You're a good friend, Copilot. Let's make sure that random keys don't work. That's cool. Make sure our new super secret password of hello works. Open successfully. Yeah. All right. Should we go to something that's extremely tricky? On the stream here. Let's see. It's 3:14. What do I have blue here? Art update. No, I don't want to update the art plugin. Okay. I'm just looking here to see what I've got going on. It's really hot here today. Touchbase stock is not doing great. Apples is not doing great. Mongo, great. It's doing great. That sucks. Let's see here. Yeah, we should probably, right? Let's take a look here. So if you're wondering, like, I've already built this app once for Ionic. And so the Ionic is a little bit different because this is a web-based solution, but I'm trying to make it look very similar to this. So if we were going to look at database open, you can see here, or even change encryption key, you'll see that the code looks very similar, the UI. Obviously I'm using the standard like header thing up here that looks not as good as the React Native version. And you can read up here versus the header like this. But I'm just using the built-in styles that they have in Ionic. I do think I like this, even though it probably looks like older style iOS. I do like how it looks a little bit better. Of course, I've got these fancy icons. I don't know why. The example Expo app had some like icons, and I was like, oh yeah, I should probably put icons in there. That'll make it look fancy. It's just an example app for people to look at so they understand how our API works. All right, so let's go here. We want to change the logging right here. We got nothing. We want it to have something though. We want it to have this. We want to be able to select a log domain and a log level, and then we want to be able to update that puppy. So this is our goal. We want a better UI than this. You know, we probably want the ability to have a header up here that says, you know, like console log, and you know, you select it and it does its thing. It should work. Yep. But, oh, sorry for the odds here. The biggest problem is this drop-down list. I don't think React Native has one built into it. In fact, I'm like 99% sure of that. And so, but I'd like console logging, so I need to find one. So let's. Anybody in chat use React Native before? Boy, I really hate the Microsoft Start page here. I don't want this to start like this. I don't even want this. I just want Google. Well, actually, let's see here. Let's ask our AI overlord. What the heck am I thinking here? I keep forgetting about our AI overlord. What's it called in iOS? It is. Oop. Open. Oh, my Chrome's doing that. I need a picker, a UI picker view. That's what I'm looking for. I need a picker that allows me to select a bunch of options. So now that I know what I want, I can ask the AI overlords what I want. In React Native, what can I use to allow the user to select an item from a list of items like UI picker view in UI kit? Let's see what the GitHub Copilot thinks is the answer. React Native picker, which looks like it's a library. Let's go find out about this puppy. See what's involved in this. See how many firstborn children I have to give up. How many countries do I have to have destroyed in order for this thing to work? Boy, I've been trying Microsoft Edge. But I haven't explained that on stream. Every month now, I've been trying a new browser, or trying a different browser. So I went 2 months with Swift. I've been trying to get off of Chrome because its performance has been kind of crap. I did 2 months on Swift and Safari, and I'm now in default search. I'm now trying to use Edge to see how well it is, because supposedly it has the Chrome engine, but at the same time you get the Chrome love without the memory. That's what I've been told, but I don't know if that's really true or not. So that's what I'm testing now. I already can tell you I don't like the fact that the yeah, I want it when an edge starts, just open google.com, and when I hit the home button, a new tab page, and new tab page, oh, I want to be this. Okay, so home. There we go. Okay. Oh shit. Let's see with React Picker. It's got 1.5k stars. That's not a lot, honestly. A new release on June 9th, so it's actively being developed. 127 contributions. That's a huge amount of contributions. Let's look at iOS, what we got here. We've got basers, drop down, prompts. I mean, all those look okay. I mean, they look real, like the real deal. Picker iOS. I don't know what the difference is between that. I guess I need to read the docs to understand that, but it has Android support. These are drop-down lists in Android. Looks like that is fine by me. It looks like it's got Windows and Mac OS. Wow. For React Native, and I'm running 0734, I think. Supports auto linking. There's no need to run link across the boat. You do have to do a CocoaPod install, which would make sense because they're adding in a CocoaPod. For macOS, you have to do a CocoaPod. RTL support. You need to add that. I think I already have RTL support for Expo, but I can check. Okay, we got some not that hard of code here. Looks like of course they want you to use references. Oh. That's stupid. I just don't want it to be open when oh, is this gonna do a modal on me? What's the UI look like here again? Well, the build's failing. That's probably not a good sign. They're showing it like the picker is just in the UI. In that you know, it's not like a modal pop-up or an action sheet. That's probably the word I'm best looking for. But they're saying you can open and close it. Let's see what's going on here. I like to see what the pull requests are, and I like to see the issues, the things that people are complaining about before I use something. So this is gonna be all the things that people are mad that don't work. Some Android stuff. Enabled is false. Picker remains enabled when I enter property. Enable false. I want to disable the movement of the picker under certain conditions. Value change callback. Looks like it is font scaling. This would be bad. They're saying in Expo we got some issues. They're also saying that native base. What the heck is native base? Oh god, I gotta figure out how to. Well, I've got to figure out how to tell Edge not to use Bing as the default search engine, because I'm gonna switch off this if I can't fix that. That is just ridiculously stupid. Microsoft wonders why people don't want to use their browser. Well, when you force people to use your crappy product that I don't want to use. Appearance. Customized browser. Oh, this is stupid. Over here, privacy search. All right, sorry. Privacy search is right there. Oh, all right, let's see here. Nope. Delete browsing data. Privacy. It says search. Run diagnostics. I don't care about that. Search and service improvements. Help Microsoft. No. I just want to change the default search engine. I just barred search. Here it is. Google. Holy jeez, oh Pete. So let's see what native base is doing here. Universal quotes for React and React Native. Okay. Docs. There's some code selector supposedly in here. Oh, geez, oh, Pete. Can we just get dark mode, please? Thank you. So we're looking for a layout. Oh, here's a bunch of layouts. That's cool. Forms. We get buttons. Oh, yeah, fancy buttons. Preceable. I don't know what that's. Is this just a modal? Is a lower level primitive with any more flexible than a button and access to hover, press, and focus event. Oh, it's like a big button basically. Okay. Checkbox. Those suck up mobile. Form control. So they're giving you forms. Wait, is all this available in React Native? This seems like it's very webby. No, I already have. I have an existing project. Okay. They're saying install global. So you're going to have to add native base as a provider. Okay. Oh shit. I mean, if that's all there is, I'm not 100% against this. And man, it seems like it's adding a bunch of stuff. Like it's giving you your own theme things here, which is, I mean, Expo's already doing that, but man, this actually has a lot of colors. I do like that. That's nice. Um, oh, Roboto, why are you going? Why are you going Android on me here? But it looks like you can customize your theme. That's cool. Okay. Okay, that's pretty basic. Let's see here. Let's go back to the most important things. I do like that they have some containers, it looks like, that are giving me, I may need these in the UI, so all these things are not necessarily bad. So if we go back to it, what I was looking for is kind of this, but I want it in mobile. Is there not another one that they have? Is there alert dialog? Menu. The modal. The famous modal. Hop over. Okay, tooltip. Action sheets, what we normally want in iOS, right? Slide, stagger, floating action point buttons. Those are kind of cool. React Native components. Here we are. Wow, it took us forever. So these are what they're offering in React Native. They're offering, wait, what? A flat list, a selection list. How's it different than the React Native one? I don't see where this is. I'm not sure what this is by me compared to React Natives. Status bar. Oh. Scroll view. Turn in scroll view. Hooks. I guess I'm a little confused by, they say that these are React Native components. They're saying also use glue stick. Oh, I think I've read about this. Glue stick is like the replacement for this. But I thought this was like super early and kind of yeah, I thought for sure this was like kind of pretty early on and not great. So what they have here, glue stick UI. Yeah, there's nothing here. I mean, default components. I don't. Explore components. They have a select component, checkbox, toast, form control slider, avatar badge. All components. Here's all the components that they have. Sure. Tooltip, VStack, toast, text area, switch spinner. So see, here's the thing, folks. If I was using Swift UI, I already had the damn UI built. instead of spending a bunch of time trying to find some kind of open source library to draw my select list. And if you're wondering, when people say, well, is React Native faster than native? It's like, is it? And you'll say, well, you just don't know React Native well enough to know that you should be using this particular library. Yeah, but I mean, that only happens with time, right? I don't know what to say to that. Apple's documentation has everything, and there's nothing you can't do with it. These are all the kind of things I think people don't realize when they get into these kind of platforms, and then there's not a lot of options out there, so then they spend so much time trying to find an option that actually works. Glue stick UI. So how do you install it? Installing Expo, existing project. Yarn, add glue stack themed React and React Native SVG. And then you have to have a provider, so we'll wrap this around it. That makes sense. Okay, that's interesting enough. The thing I think I'm gonna run into is the theme on this is not gonna work, right? Looking to see whether or not there's just like a flag that says dark mode versus light mode. That's what I'm really looking for. Let's ask our AI overlords if they know how much they know about glue stick. If I were to use glue stick UI in my Native, my Expo app, is there a way that I can tell the theme config to use dark versus light mode? Or is this some AI? Let's see what's going on here with this. Let's see whether or not it can what does it say? I'm gonna get UI a theme configuration for dark light modes and an Expo. Particularly need to manage the theme switching manually, just as well as detecting the system theme preferences and applying the corresponding theme configuration for your app. Detect use color scheme. I already have a hook that does that. Define a theme. Apply the theme. With good stick UI glue stack does have native support theme switching. We'll need to manually apply the theme. Here is an example. It basically didn't know the answer to that. Not shocking. All right. By default, when you use theme, you apply uninstalled components. But also a package called Stick, which is really made styles for all components. So you can choose these styles. If you like, please visit the theme library for more information. I'm in the theme library. Okay. I already went through this document. Well, I don't mind this. So it looks like there's a color mode. I think this is making fun of Apple's blue messages, maybe? Or green messages? Or, oh no, I see it. It's detecting web here. Okay. Okay, well. Expo, come on, guys. This thing is way too bright. Really wish dark mode was made out of the box because I just lost my eyesight from that. All right, well, I think this is the thing I want to use. Okay, I think glue stack is the new cool. So it looks like instead of native stack, I should be using this. So let's go in and then see if we can do a install. Oop. So let's go to guides, install an Expo, and I have an existing project. So let's see here. All right. I want to do this off. Well, maybe I should take the browser off screen and then have you guys see the commands I'm typing in. Right, let's kill this from running to start out with. So we need to see into the project. We have already did that. We already have the Expo UI, so we're going to skip this step right here. We are going to use npm. I'm not a fan of yarn. So we're going to add that package in. But it seems like it's had a bunch of stuff. That's a lot of shit. I mean, this is why that iOS, when we go look in Xcode, it looks so bloated. Added 184 packages. Holy crap on a cracker. 184 packages? What? All right. All right. And we need to add the glue stick provider. So let's go in and do that. We need to find our layout file. This should be the point of Automagic inside of here. So this is our where everything kind of goes in. So you can see here, here's the theme provider that currently being provided by Expo. So we need to grab a couple different things and put them in. So let's go up here. We don't need text box. I don't care about that yet. Let's grab, also we need to config. Okay. And then in our function, we need to get the config. We need to just wrap it, it looks like. So let's put it here. And then we'll just tell Prettier to fix, or ESLint to fix the entire file. And now these should be happy. Pizza kittens and rainbows. Okay. I'll deal with all that later. All right, let's see here. Okay, so that installs it. Let's go into our components, see what we have. Oh, sorry. I realized I'm on the wrong window. I'm reading the component stuff, and I realized on the stream I'm on the wrong window. I'm reading through this. So I'm looking through here to see section list. This looks like this is just not what I'm looking for. So I mean, these hooks are just to grab stuff like I assume this is like media queries for web, not for I mean, I guess they could do queries and detect screen size via that, but these are float and action point buttons. I don't know why I'd ever need their versions of all these things. Expo does all these things really already for me. So, but what I do want, they have a couple things that are nice. They do have the accordion here, which might be useful. Action sheet is always useful, so that's something. This looks like it's API draft. Well, Expo is already providing tabs, so I don't know why I would need this. Modals. Overlays. I do like the switch. I need one of those. I like text area. I'm gonna need one of those. And this is in beta, it says. That's... I'm not sure what this... why this thing's needed. And why would... I think this is just web. Here's my problem is, my fear is that these are the only React Native components they have. That these are not... Which, I don't need any of these. So my question is whether or not this works, but there's only one way to find out. We put a select list on a page and see what the hell happens. So let's take a look at this code here. So let's go in and take a look at our code here and see what happens. Well, I think we might also have to do a pod install, npx pod install iOS. That's something that usually if you install some kind of new thing, you have to do inside of here to tell it in case I added any new Cocoa Pods that they get installed. Thoughts on Flutter? Hey, Vengeance. It's pretty cool. Flutter, boy. All right. I've done development on all the native platforms, of course, both Android Views and Android Jetpack Compose, Swift UI, Swift. And .NET I've done both before Xamarin Forms existed. I did regular classic Xamarin, which was pretty much just like, hey, you're using UI kit in iOS and you're using views in Android, but you're writing in C#, which was cool. Don't get me wrong. I wrote quite a few really popular apps that way for companies. And then Xamarin Forms came out. That's now called Maui. That's all right. Flutter is interesting. So Flutter uses Dart as a programming language. Which is kind of like JavaScript. It's a cross between C++ and JavaScript is maybe the best way to describe it. It's made by Google, runs on both iOS and Android. However, the rendering engine doesn't use any of the native rendering engines to draw the widgets. The widgets are all custom drawn in their rendering engine. Now, up until recently, I'd say within the last year, they had some performance problems with the rendering engine that were pretty well known and documented. They swapped that rendering engine out. I don't know if that's in beta or not anymore, but I would say that Flutter and Dart are pretty cool if you are okay with the fact that your UI is not going to look like Apple's UI on iOS. If you are okay with the fact that, hey, this thing's going to look like an Android app on iOS, it's going to look like Material out of the box, then Flutter is pretty badass cool. I mean, yep, it gives you a single code base. You can do cool things with it. It's got two types of widgets. It's stateful and then a regular widget. Stateful widgets have state inside of them. Regular widgets don't. There is a pattern for doing this. There's several actually. Block, it's called, was made by one of the main core developers on the Flutter team. It's a very cool pattern, but it's very, boy, it makes you write a lot of code. I did a learning path for Couchbase. We have an open source community-based SDK for our mobile database that the community built, and I did a learning path for it in Dart and Flutter, and I thought that it was cool, a lot of fun to write. I found Block. If I had to do it again, I would not use Block, and so I. One sec. I think it's a-okay, and I think that it's pretty cool. Um, it's like I said, it's done some concessions on the UI that you have to kind of live with. It and those concessions, as long as you can live with them, they're, I mean, good lord, it's a shared code base, right? And it's actually pretty fast on iOS. I mean, at least newer versions. If you're on old versions, you got to get off those and get onto the newer versions. If you're on, it's pretty cool. The IDE support's pretty good in several different IDEs. Obviously, I used Android Studio for all the stuff I was building, which is a JetBrains. You know, it's based on JetBrains IDEs. I know VS Code people use it all the time. It's pretty cool. Like I said, the biggest regret I have in the stuff that I wrote with Flutter and Dart was using Block. Because while I understood it, I found there was a lot of developers, if they didn't understand Block, they found that the app was really wordy and confusing. I do like React Native's concept of context with providers. I find that, you know, wrapping your app around those and then digging the context out when you need it somewhere. And folks, just so you know, the provider and context pattern is pretty much global variables. When it comes down to it, it's global stuff. But being able to dig those things out in a way that when you need them, they're over here and stuff, and make sure that you limit the amount of stuff you put in global scope is pretty cool. I wish they had a little bit better way of doing that built in. I wish they had some kind of context. At least the last time I used it, I did not see that in the docs. And it's something I do like, is the context that React provides. I think that if you're not in the US, if you're overseas, it is, Dart and Flutter is ridiculously 10,000 times more popular than it is here in the US. The simple reason it's not as popular here in the US is because of Facebook and Microsoft are two of the biggest tech companies in the US. Microsoft is the people that made React Native's Windows and Mac library, and Meta made the React for everything else, including React Native, right? So you have two big tech giants against Google, which is also a big tech giant that makes Flutter and Dart. But I think that they overshadow it. And so in the US, I think you're going to find that if you're a development team, you're going to find React Native popular. But if you go overseas, you're going to find Dart and Flutter way more popular. And I can tell you the insight of why on that, because I happen to have some insight on this, is that in China, I'm not picking on China as a country, but they have a lot of technology devices that get shipped. Very low cost, gaming consoles, tablets, et cetera, et cetera. They're all Android-based tablets, right? And so because of they have all these little gaming consoles and Android tablets and Android TV boxes and this and that, they need the ability to make apps for those things. And they're not using the Google Play Store. They're writing custom apps for this, right? They have to write their own. And they don't need an iOS version. So why the heck would they not use something like Dart and Flutter? Dart and Flutter makes very fast writing apps. And so if you do the SOE on Dart and Flutter and you actually look at its popularity, you'll find that in especially Asia, Dart and Flutter, super popular. And absolutely makes sense when you think about how many Chinese manufactured devices come out of the Asia region, and they all are, you know, Android-based devices. You add all that stuff up and you go, yeah, sure, of course, that totally makes sense why Dart and Flutter is popular. So if you're over in Australia or even Asia and you are a developer, then you really should get your Dart and Flutter skills up, because I promise you there's a good chance of a company's hiring and looking for developers building apps and stuff. It's probably going to be based on Dart and Flutter. That's my insight on this. And I did a bunch of looking through SEO and Google Insights and stuff about 6 months ago on this, and kind of went through the data and talked to some developers and went on Discord and talked to various developers on various servers to try to get like some insight on, like, you know, what is the landscape for all these different frameworks. I work for a company, we have a mobile database. It's my job to know, like, why are people building things on certain platforms? You know, what are they looking to do? Why are they doing it? You know? And so, yes, I do have a little bit of insight on that. So if you're a Dart and Flutter developer, cool on you, man. So what's the negative? I think that usually people say, what's your opinion? But really, you know, I can say a lot of cool things about it, but what don't I like about it, outside of the fact that, like I said, iOS doesn't look right? And React Native has the same problem in just about every library I know of, minus maybe Avalonian. I think they maybe have it right over in .NET, and Uno maybe has it right. But the number one problem is tablet support on iPad specifically. And so the problem is that actually I can show this. I have this code somewhere. Let me see if I can find it real quick here. Let me close out this example app. Read from disk. 1 second here. Let me show off something real quick here. And Nick, I don't know if Nick's around or not, but Nick, you may enjoy this. I was telling Nick about this on Discord. Apple's got this new tab system that is super cool. Let's see here. Where was that? Let's go by date. Oh crap! It's not on this machine. That's right. It's on the. I've got a beta machine running on. 1 second here. I've got a macOS beta machine running the new beta of Xcode and stuff. I don't want to run it on my main machine because that would, if something goes wrong, I can't do my job. That's bad, right? You know, you don't want to. So my first rule of thumb is never run betas on your main computer. But if you can get like a virtual machine, if you have a computer that can do this and you can run something like Parallels and you can run a virtual machine of the beta version of macOS, oh, go do that. You can play with all the new stuff in iOS and UIKit. And that is really great. Let me see here. Where did the Parallels window go though? I've got too many monitors hooked up to this computer and I can never find it. Open. Where is it opening? Here we go. Let's see if we can get it to open Mac OS beta. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Turn it on. And we'll start Mac OS 15, which is the new beta. I haven't updated it to the new beta, so I've been slacking a little bit, but this will just take a second to boot up. And we'll boot this up and take a look because I have the beta version of Xcode installed there, and there I have a project, and I can better explain this problem. The password? I think so. I think so. Yeah. Okay, it is. All right, here we go. Look at this, man. Beta bits. And honestly, if you have a decent enough, like any M series Mac, and enough memory, you could literally build this stuff pretty quick here. So let's see here. Operating system project. Where do I have? Okay. Distillation playground. This must be it. This must be what I was working on. Yeah. Okay, this makes sense. All right, let's see here. Go ahead and run this puppy in Mac first. And I don't remember if I have the simulators. Do I have the simulators installed? For iPad. Okay, I do have them. I have one of the betas installed. That's all I need. Open anyway. All right. This is a split view, it's called. And in Mac OS X applications, it's really popular that you have this ability to do a split view. And you can see here on the database, I was just kind of screwing around with understanding like how to theme in Swift UI all this. This is a Swift UI app, right? It's a native app, so you're going to get native performance and stuff. And, you know, it does all the things it needs to do as a native app. You can close the side navigation view. This is all, like I said, UI split view, one single code base. So there's no smoke mirrors here. This is literally a single code base. How this works is behind the scenes, I have a tab view and I tell the tab bar to be sidebar adaptable. This is a new API that's available only in the new versions of Mac OS and iOS. So if you're on older versions of iOS, the non-betas, none of this code works. But what's really interesting is when you come over to tablet. Now, I've written a ton of tablet apps for enterprise. In fact, that's my favorite thing. I've got literally multiple iPads sitting on the side of my desk that I've written a lot of iPad apps. The reason why is when I worked at enterprise, a lot of enterprise companies, executives get iPads and they want their app on there and they're looking for things that they can do. And I wrote an app once for these shareholders that they could basically sales/shareholders for accounting firm where they can very quickly they go into a meeting with a client. And they want to know like all the information about like what they're doing in that industry. But they only have 4 minutes that they want to get this big, they call it up to speed. information, like these scorecards that they can read. So, but they want a tablet experience. They want this to be fluent on tablet. They have a lot of information. They want to be able to read. They want to be able to quickly get to it. They don't want a big scaled up phone app. They want a real live, tablet app. So, I wrote a lot of those, and they were really popular. Now, of course, you're going about, okay, if you're at a big company, 300,000 people, and they only have let's say 4,000 shareholders using that app, is that really a big use base? Well, they're the people making the big decisions and paying all the paychecks. So yeah, actually it kind of is. I'm okay with building an app for only 4,000 people if they're the people that are making sure that I keep my job and get paid. I'm cool with that. Let's see here. Let's get this simulator working, right? So here's where it gets really kind of interesting. And this is on tablet. So I'm going to launch this app over on tablet. This is an M4 11-inch tablet. And now you'll see instantly I get tabs at the top. Okay, that's pretty cool. You can see here when I get the split view, however, and I split it. Let's see here. Let me go to split view again. And let me split it with the contacts app. What happens is dynamically they change the tabs on the bottom. This is just built in. Okay, built in. So as I make the app smaller, it automatically gives me a more menu and switches the tabs over to be able to be on this more menu. This is built into iOS in SwiftUI and UIKit, honestly, also, right? And if I were to make it bigger, the bigger it gets, it automatically switches the tabs to the top. But it also gives me this cool side menu. I wrote zero code to do all this. The zero in this is very, very, you have to understand, all I did was write this and tell it to be sidebar adaptable. And out of the box, by doing one line of code, I have this massive amount of functionality that when the screen size changes and stuff, I can switch between these tab bars and how they work, and I can see more tab bars and all this stuff. Okay, there's no ability to do this in React Native today. There's no ability to do this in Flutter today. There is no ability to do this in .NET today. There's nobody out there that is doing this good of user experience for tablet and in Mac apps also as Apple is. Okay, so if you're looking to build the best possible truly native experience and you want to make sure that you're hitting it so that iOS has a great experience for iPhone, but iPad has got a great experience, you need to be over here in SwiftUI because it is by far the coolest piece of technology I've ever seen for it doing automatic screen stuff, all this stuff. And I didn't write zero code for this. You just can't do this on any other platform for zero code. You're going to do a lot of work. So this is what I love about SwiftUI. And honestly, UIKit does the same thing. You can use the same components in UIKit. You get the same experience. That's native over on Apple. And so if you want to build those kind of solutions because the company wants those kind of really slick, really nice UI solutions, you need to be over here. But if you don't care about any of that stuff, and by the way, let me real quick here before I close this down, I'm gonna tell this to update. Let's see if I can get this to real quickly. Can I just tell it to update via system update? These are the questions that we all want to know, right? I mean, I'm being sarcastic about that. Nobody wants to know whether or not this. I think I can set this to update. Yeah. Okay. And then I'm just going to put this stuff to the side so we can go back to working on the stuff that we need to work on. Okay. Oh, geez. Let's install that Parallels version later. Not now because I have it currently updating. I don't want that to crash and stuff. All right. So diving into the Flutter app, but I was thinking of wasting my time trying to learn it. It's a simple app trying to find a cool partner to help me. You're making great points about even things I never thought about. Yeah, it's usually I'm platform agnostic in a sense. I have no loyalty to any one mobile platform. I don't literally care. I've been doing this too long. And honestly, they all have advantages and disadvantages. I just want to get paid. Somebody pays me to build something. That's all I care about, right? And then I build the technology or, I'll build the app or whatever I'm doing based on what are the requirements. you know, somebody sets it forth me, they need this great tablet experience, I'm going straight to Swift UI. I'm not screwing around, right? But if they're saying I need a single code base, I want this to be cheap, you know, I got a school of JavaScript developers laying around, and it doesn't, you know, the UIs, you know, we can have some concessions what the UI looks like. They'll make some compromises on that to say, you know, the UI doesn't have to be 100% perfect. Well, then, you know, you start looking at things like React Native. That logically kind of probably makes sense, you know, especially if you have a team of JavaScript developers. You know, if you're just building Android and that's the only platform you need, like I said, one of these Asian companies just building a hardware device, then absolutely Flutter totally makes sense. You could use Jetpack Compose also. I personally like Jetpack Compose. I think it's pretty great. Kotlin's my favorite programming language, so I'm going to be pretty vocal about thinking that I personally think Jetpack Compose and Kotlin are better than Flutter and Dart. But Jetpack Compose and Kotlin right now, at least in their current state, without going to Compose multi-platform, which to me is still in beta at best, Jetpack Compose and Kotlin is primarily you're just building an Android app only. You know, where Flutter and Dart, you can run on anything. You can run on iOS, you can run on web, you can run on Mac, you can run on Windows, technically speaking, right? So you're building a cross-platform app with Flutter and Dart, where in Jetpack Compose, that's a lot more trickier to do with Kotlin than it is with Flutter and Dart. And Dart and Flutter are kind of like React. They're pretty easy to learn. Like I said, the biggest problem is managing state. And you have to pick a library that makes sense for managing state in Flutter and Dart. And not all of them are great. Some of them are bad. And some of them are not bad. So there's what is it called? Flutter state management, and it's called, I think, River, if I remember right. Is it River? RiverPod. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is what it is. If I had to do it over again, if I had to build a new Flutter app and I had to handle state management, I'm pretty sure I would use RiverPod. I did research last time I did a Flutter app, and at the time Block was pretty powerful, but like I said, I didn't really think that it was going to require so much damn code. It's a lot of code. I think RiverPod gets me closer to what I like within provider and context that is in React Native. And you basically can do really easy things with it. I think it's different provider patterns that it has is easier for new developers to understand it and get into it. And this is going to make managing things like your state way easier, way easier. So in my personal opinion, if I was going down the rabbit hole of Flutter, I would simplify my state management and pretty much everything and wrap it around RiverPod. And that's going to make it better. And there's a ton of videos on this, by the way. I mean, don't get me wrong, on YouTube, don't always think that if there's a ton of videos that's the most best way to do things, right? So if you go to YouTube and say, well, Flutter block, right? If we were to say that the amount of people viewing it is based on how much, whether you should use it or not, its popularity, well, block here, 116,000 views. 116,000 views. Holy crap. That is huge. That is huge. That's why I use Block, because it's super popular. If you go look at the amount of people watching videos on Block, it is ridiculous. Like 41,000 views. It's like Block, and these are not old videos. 7 months ago. No, that's a year ago, and this is 2 years ago. But as you can see here, like 7 months ago in the world development is not Affinity, but it's also not that long ago. And so that's interesting. And if I were to do River Pod and look at some of the top videos there, 58,000 views, 19,000 views, right? This one actually is a complete course in Flutter, 119,000 views. I don't know, and it's old Flutter. I wouldn't do that if it's old Flutter. You want new Flutter. 39,000 views. Should you use Riverpod or Block? Um, I would say, unless you're building a massively complicated app with hundreds of screens, you should be using Riverpod. That's period. End of story, right? Um, and Block is cool. I've written, like I said, multiple applications with it, but I think it's more complicated than it needs to be, and it makes you write a lot more code than maybe necessary. And I think Riverpod is going to give you less code for the same functionality. And here's the last thing to remember: your end users of your app don't give a crap about how much code you wrote. They just want the app to work. No end user is ever going to go, "Oh man, this cool iPhone app. Man, I'm glad they wrote 200,000 lines of code to make this UI look awesome." Never going to say it. They're going to just say the app works or it doesn't work. They're either going to use it and it's going to be awesome, or they're not going to use it and they're going to hate it. And that's what the real world of development comes down to. So many people are dying over these frameworks, seeing that these frameworks are the best, but they don't realize that really how you get paid building apps is building apps that people can actually use. And then you have to look at the user experience and say, what is it that I need? What framework do I need to use to get the best user experience for this, based on the amount of money the company's willing to spend on building the app? Now, if you're just doing this as like, I want to learn apps and stuff, you got some options, right? But I always say this: if you're looking at learning a framework because you want to get a job in development, then you say, am I going to work from home, or am I going to work in whatever country and state, or wherever area that I'm in? I'll give you an example. I don't live there anymore, but I lived in Atlanta for almost 10 years, Atlanta, Georgia, in the US here. I would go look at all the job listings in Atlanta and say, what are people looking for? If they're looking for a Xamarin, I'm a Xamarin developer now. Why? Because that's how I'm going to get hired. That's how I'm going to get paid the right code, right? If they're saying they're looking for a Swift UI developer, I'm a Swift UI developer now, right? I'm a computer science person. I don't care what framework I am, right? I just need to prove that I can write in those things so I can get hired and then get paid to do work. And so that's the key, is being a software developer. If you're a hobbyist, then pick what you like. If you find that you like Flutter and stuff, use that, man. That's cool. If you like something else like React Native, or if you like Rust, sure, whatever. Man, if it's working for you, that's cool. ChatGPT does make it easier. Hey, Desert Penguin, welcome to the channel and stuff. So ChatGPT does make it easier, but man, this is the thing I'm noticing with it. And so I work at we're not a big company, we're not a small company, right? We got about 1,000 people. I've got some developers on my team. I'm a senior developer on my team, principal software engineer. I've got some juniors on my team. And what I find is that the juniors that are new to software development, that are using ChatGPT, they spend too much time on just cut and pasting code in there without understanding how it works. And that's a problem, right? That's a real problem. You should never be adding code to your code base if you don't know what it does or how it works, because you can't guarantee, one, that code's not going to break the app, even worse, and two, you really don't have any clue how anything works. How are you going to survive the PR review when some other senior says, hey, why did you do this like this? And you're like, I don't know, the AI god told me how to do it, right? So ChatGPT to me is awesome when I can't remember syntax. It's like, hey, I don't know the syntax, right? It was great. If you're just getting onto the thing, one of the things I was asking, I'm using right now, Copilot, GitHub Copilot, which is almost the same thing as ChatGPT, right? Microsoft is got their palms and all this crap. I was asking it, hey, I was looking for something that would be similar to UI split view, or a picker, a UI picker view inside of iOS and UI Kit. And I was like, hey man, I need something like that, but I'm in React Native. What are you recommending, right? And it came through and it said, okay, well, here's a thing that you could use. And then I went and looked at that, and it was like, a lot of people are like, I went and looked at the GitHub issues. They're like, that's not good. You should use this other one instead. So through research, like researching outside of the AI gods, I come to find that this is probably not the thing I want. I probably want to use something called GlueStick UI. And then, I did some research on that, reading the code, going through the docs here, understanding it, making sure that, is this something I really want to invest my time in, like adding to my project? Still not convinced it was a good idea. Until I get some components on the page on the screen and make sure that they're really rendering the way that I think they should be rendering. That's kind of where we went before we were talking about Flutter and stuff, which I'm going to get back to. But here's an example where the AI gods, kind of gave me an answer, but the more I started using my own brain and thinking about this, I went, not really sure I like what they're doing. But yeah, I totally agree with you that, man, it makes it easier. I always say this: learn concepts. You always can look up syntax in ChatGPT or Copilot, right? If you can't remember, like, okay, what the heck is the syntax for I'm trying to think here what a good example of this would be. Like, okay, I have a button. I need to change the background color. I don't remember the syntax for it, but I know buttons you can change background colors with, right? Maybe I haven't used Jetpack Compose for a while, so I'm trying to figure out, like, how do I change that button background color? I asked ChatGPT, hey, I've got this, Jetpack Compose app. I need to change background color. I don't remember how. What the hell is the syntax for that? Boom, it pops it out. That's way better than Google will ever be because it's so context specific. I can ask it the most extreme context specific question and it gives me the answer that most of the time that I want. That's awesome. And that's where I think these things are going and where they're really awesome. And I think that's where you're going to see a lot of developer productivity come in. Is where, the thing where you do know that a button, needs a background color change and you know how that works. And so when you look at that code, you know if that code is the right code or not, and you can cut and paste in with some confidence that, yeah, this ain't gonna break my app. So let's take a look here. Back to this whole React Native thing here. And keep the questions coming, man. I have no problem answering any questions, or keep the comments also coming if you have them. That's what I'm here for. I mean, I could just do all this coding off stream and, get things done. But by having the chat, I mean, the big difference is having these conversations with people in the community and just, learning from each other, which is really, really important to me. It's one of the reasons I stream. So let's see here. We were going to go through and try to fix logging. That's what we were coming down to, is that in logging, in the world of logging, we're having a problem where in our app here, I want the ability to be able to turn the logging on. And so I can open databases, I can do closed databases, I can do crazy things like change the encryption key in a database. But what I can't do is log to the console. That's a problem I need to get fixed, right? And what I really want is a UI similar to this. This is a different app I wrote in Ionic Capacitor. So this is a web-based kind of solution written in React that renders as a mobile app in iOS. And I kind of want this where I have this list of being able to say what kind of log commands I want to be able to do. Like I want verbose. Verbose is actually pretty messy. I don't want that. But I want all the domains and I want this, and I want to be able to click a button that says update and it should update the results. And if I clear this out and update again, it would tell me no. If I set it here now. So it's got full functionality. It's smart enough to know whether or not you have all the data you need and that kind of stuff. I want to build that UI in this new React Native app. So to start out with, I need a starting point, right? Super lazy about this. I know that I need, let's see here. I don't need a database name. I need 2 drop-down lists and an action button. And I need to be able to show the results. And I know that because I'm looking at the UI here, right? So I go, well, I could start this from scratch, or I can just copy and paste from one of my existing pages that has most of the things I need in it. And I can kind of go from there. So I'm going to steal the database close screen. And I'm going to just go through and reuse that for the logging screen. So this is actually database. It's console log. So logging console screen. Okay, logging. And now we can start thinking about what we need to do here. All right, so we don't need use a layout effect here. That's wrong. In fact, this screen is wrong if it's using that because it shouldn't need that. State, we're going to use context and state. We're going to need that. Yeah, we technically speaking don't need that. Technically speaking don't need that. We'll add it in for right now. We need state, but context, I'm thinking we actually don't need that. We'll get to that in a second. We're going to use navigation, so we need that, be able to go back and forth. We need styling because we want that. We don't need a database name action form. We'll keep it there for right now. We do need result. We don't need the close function, right? So we need a different function we'll have to create to actually set the login. This kind of goes along, context goes along with context up here. Oop, that's not what I wanted. This database context is I want to map into here. That's how I'm getting all the databases I may have in memory. And then the navigation bar title, we do need that because we need to change the navigation title at the top, and then the button for reset, we need to be able to support that. All right, so we've got a login screen console. I don't think we need databases. We definitely don't need a database name. We do the result messages. Ever release your own side project with profit for mine? Working on my own iOS app and the goal is to make money. I know it won't be easy, but curious if you have experience there. Honestly, I have always been paid to write apps. I've never really went into the hobby of writing my own app for myself to try to make money with something. Just because I've been an enterprise so long, any side gig I've had on the side has been somebody paying me to write an app for them. And honestly, sure, back in like 2007 or 8, you could make millions of dollars off the App Store if you had a good app idea. But these days, the App Store is so overran and so complicated to get into, and how do you get the views and stuff? It's really hard. Out of the hundreds of thousands of apps that are on the App Store, there's only dozens that Apple are going to go through and promote. And so it's like, if you have a good app that's unique, that it can catch somebody like Apple's eye and you get promoted on the App Store, you can make a boatload of cash on it. It has been proven, and you can go Google this yourself. Don't trust just Papa Aaron here, but it's been proven that iOS, people that use iPhone spend more money on the App Store than people on Android devices. So if you're looking to make money, you definitely want to put it out on iOS versus Android. Also, pirating apps is pretty easy in Android. That's also common knowledge. So there's a chance that your app could be absolutely just completely ripped off. We're going to just take the update method here and put it to blank for right now. And then let's see here. We need a reset of messages. We are going to need, so yeah, I think it's cool. It's a good idea, especially if you're trying to learn. It's pretty cool. Let's see here. We're going to say console logging. That's going to be our title for our screen. And so, yeah, if you're looking to do that, you can do it. You want to get really smart about Apple's tools for releasing. They have a developer portal you'll have to go through and use to upload your app to the App Store. A lot of people complain about that. There are automation tools. One of them is called Fastlane. And so this you can use, Fastlane you can use, and it's a tool. Boy, no dark mode. What is wrong with these people? It's a tool to automatically build your iOS app and publish it to the App Store. So you can have your repo, your code in GitHub, and then you can have a CI/CD pipeline, a pipeline that builds the app every single time you do check-ins, and it will then automatically go through and upload that app to the App Store for Apple's review process. And it's pretty easy to get set up. It's very popular in the open source world. Obviously, they do things like React Native, Flutter, and NativeScript. So regardless of how you're doing things, it is different than Expo and ESS. Yes, ESS and Expo is a service that React Native supplies and supports, and that is a totally separate way of doing things. Fastlane is more if you're not using Expo and EAS and you want to manually set those things up. If you're in the Expo world and you're React Native in the Expo world, keep using that because it's your best thing. But if you're not, and you're looking for a way outside of that without having to use those tools, Fastlane's the best thing out there. Even native developers use Fastlane. It is that good. I used it, even though it doesn't say there, I used it back in the day when I was writing a lot of .NET Xamarin Forms apps to automate builds for not even going to the App Store. We used to have an internal App Store. Most enterprise companies have something called MDM, Mobile Device Management. And what this is that's like these servers that basically control which apps can go on your phone if you're at a corporation. And so you'd have to integrate with them. And the bigger ones out there for MDM are Intune, which is Microsoft makes, which is an MDM platform, a cloud-based endpoint management solution. Sure, whatever. AirWatch is made by VMware, and so this is another really popular app store, basically, or MDM solution, and Zen Mobile. I don't know if this is still out there or not, but this is one I started with. The first one, well, no, AirWatch I used before this, but Zen Mobile is made by Citrix, and it's another endpoint management solution. And you can see here they also look like they integrate with Intune these days, which is kind of interesting. I did a ton of stuff with Zen Mobile. Oh boy. It was the first platform I had to integrate in with to get mobile apps out. And boy, it was a mess. You'll probably see here in Reddit, a lot of people, oh boy, they're probably talking about it and saying that it sucks. It wasn't great when I first used it. I worked with a couple of developers there that are really smart, and we had like a co-development agreement with them, and we ended up getting Xamarin Android working, and it was one of the coolest projects I've worked on. Really, really smart guy there at Citrix that helped make it happen. It was not easy, to say the least. How Zen Mobile works and stuff, I'm under NDA. I can't tell you, but I can just say that it was not, that project, one of the hardest things I worked on, by leaps and bounds. There's so much stuff with the JNI and how it interacts and stuff. And like I said, I'm not going to say anymore because obviously that's probably signed an agreement a long time ago that we wouldn't talk about all that kind of stuff. But I can tell you that I know some inside baseball to that. It's, oh boy. All right. React Native. Let's see here. So we've got this select component now, and that's what we kind of try to use. Looks like we're going to have to import this in from GlueStack UI. So let's see if we can do that. So what happens? Let's go into here and say import select. See if it shows up. I'm guessing that's it. Guessing. Let's fix the current file. Okay, so that seems like it worked. Okay, so let's then go into here and say instead of this, let's get rid of all this and add in this select code and see what happens. Oh boy, it's really bad. Import. Sure. We probably need to select import. Okay. I'm smelling what the rock's cooking here. It's a lot. Do we really need the icon though? Let's get rid of the select icon. We don't need that. We're not trying to be super fancy here. Select portal. Why is this? Okay. Boy, this is a lot of things to insert. Import. And import. Should we already wrap? So what did we miss? Let's take a look at our list of. Yeah, we're gonna have to fix this till you said to fix the file. When I save it, should auto fix the file for me, honestly. And I don't know. I just get kind of ADHD about like making sure my code is wrapped in a way that's cool. All right, so this looks pretty interesting. We have a trigger and a variant of outline, which means it's going to draw an outline around it. MD is our size for medium. Our placeholder is going to be a select option. Technically speaking, that's going to be something called select a log domain. And then we have some options here. Select options, and then that's into the select. Okay, we did not change any native code because we did not change any native code. We have a native plugin, remember, right? A native module. We do not have to do an npx rebuild on this. So we should be able to just tell Expo to run itself again. So I'm gonna go npx run iOS. Actually, npm run iOS would be just fine. This will do the excl command. I put that into my package so that I won't have to do this. It's going to go through because I'm doing, I am using Expo in dev mode, right? Because I have a native module I'm developing. That's the whole point of this, is develop a native module. And so because of that, I can't use Go. I can't use Expo Go. I have to have a Mac, all those kind of things that come with it. So that's, but I am using Expo developing a native module, and that's cool. There doesn't seem to be any docs to do this. I probably should explain how to set that up at some point in time, because I scurried the web all over the place to try to find like some clear docs on how to do this. And oh boy, I've got a very long note file that explains how to do this, because I had to write my own notes to keep track of what I was doing so I could explain it to the rest of my team of how to do this, right? I don't like doing something and not being able to have documentation to explain how it was done as a developer, especially when I work on a team, because that's not fair to them. If something happens to me, I go on vacation or something like that, I don't want them to be like, well, geez, Aaron built this, I don't have no idea how it works. You know, let's call him while he's on vacation. No, don't call me while I'm on vacation. I'm going to give you all the notes I can so you don't have to do that. So I take a lot of notes basically when I'm building new things to make sure that I'm covering the basis of answer questions for people if they don't know how to do it. And I can't provide documentation because if I can't point them to a website that explains how to do it, then I need to provide the documentation myself. I think that's also a sign of being a good developer, is when you realize that and you start making sure you keep notes for not only others but for yourself. I'm very selfish in that sense. People think, oh, geez, Aaron's making notes for himself. It's like, no, or making for others. It's like, no, a lot of times I don't remember things. I'm trying to make it for myself. There is some selfishness in that. So I'm not saying that I'm Satan by any means, but I'm not a perfect human being. Private knowledge is scary. If my DevOps guy let the job last, they'd be screwed. Yeah, we actually have a very small DevOps team in our company, and those guys are ninjas. So let me tell you, yeah, I totally agree, man. If we lost like the DevOps team, like even two of those guys, we'd be not in a great place. And I mean, I can't even go into it, but I can tell you, before I switched roles about, what was it, back in April, I switched roles. For about a year and a half, I led not a mobile team, but a web team building some web stuff for our cloud solution. And long story, don't even want to get into it. But I've got some experience in the past with leading teams do it. So I had a set of developers out of Poland that I was working with, and we built this, and that. But man, the amount of crap it takes to build a really complicated cloud provider solution thing, like, you know, at enterprise level. Oh boy, man, yeah, not fun. Well, I wouldn't say when it's not fun. That's not a true statement. There was a lot of cool, challenging things there that were interesting. Otherwise, I wouldn't keep working here, right? If it was death, I would go find a different job. But it was complicated. Well, I mean, that does work. Okay, guys, look, man, first of all, I mean, I just cut and pasted the code. It's kind of like an action view, right? Or like an action sheet. I don't hate it. But it's not themed. And obviously this is pretty gross just out of the box. That's cool that it gives me the ability to just shove it down if I don't like it. Okay. For my little example app of how to use our database platform, is this good enough? The answer is no. But if I theme it, I think it will be. So I think that this is the answer. I think this is the right component to use. Okay. I'm giving a big shout out to them now. I'm a believer. GlueStick UI. They are the replacement for native components. GlueStack, not GlueStick. GlueStack UI, not GlueStick. They're the replacement for native components. They have a good story here. They kind of talk about it, or native base, excuse me. And in the research I've done, and honestly, I did some research on this a couple weeks ago, so I already knew most of the answers to this before I started stream today. There's another one called, I think it's React Paper. Is it React Paper? React Native Paper, yeah. There's another one out here called React Native Paper. And so these guys make it look like, I think like Material a little bit too much. They are in the Material world, Material design. So this is going to make it look like a Flutter app or a Jetpack Compose app, because they are using Material design. So even on iOS, it's going to look like it's Material design. You know, it's going to look like Google Maps or Gmail on your iPhone. If you're cool with that, this is actually pretty cool. they have great components on both iOS and Android. I did a POC and looked at this, and it was pretty good. It wasn't bad. So I will also shout out that React Paper, and I went through and used it a little bit and found that it was just as good as GlueStack UI. And then there's another one that's kitten based. What the heck was that thing called? Maybe I have it in my. Oh, do I have it in my bookmark links here? Yeah, native. UI component kitten. It's UI kitten. There it is. Okay, I can't remember the name, but UI kitten. These guys, really cool. If you're a React Native, never mind the name. The name is a little bit bonkers. UI kitten, right? But and man, Darkbone guys, Darkbone. They have got a lot of things going for them. They've got data, bottom net tabs. They've got drawers, menus, buttons, button groups, state pickers. Here's selecting them. And they're giving you, all the options you would care. You can switch to material design if you want, or you can switch to Eva. And Eva is their more looks like iOS, and you can kind of detect platform and switch that on the fly if you wanted to. They have dark and light theme, and so you can see here they have all kinds of things. This thing, I liked a lot. I'll be honest with you, it was my second place for picking of like, hey, I need to bring a framework in. Who should I bring in? So I do like their cards too, by the way. Their cards are auto themed and are easy to work with. I built, like I said, a POC with this, and it was pretty good. So if you're a React Native developer out there, you're looking for frameworks, I think GlueStack, UI Kitten, and React Native Paper are the three best that I've seen. All of them have concessions you're going to have to live with, right? And I would say that out of the box, the biggest concession I saw with the other two, especially with React Paper, was the material. You really have to go all in the material design. And if you want something that looks more Apple iOS-ish, that's not the solution for you. And UI Kitten, they have the Eva, but the one thing I would say is that it felt like I had to do more styling than I wanted to invest in to get Eva to work and look the way I wanted it to look. And that may have changed, but because I did this POC over a month ago, probably almost 2 months ago now, I'm thinking about time. It was quite a while back, probably 2 months ago I did the POC. So maybe that's changed a little bit in 2 months, but I can say that I knew about native base and I knew about GlueStick a little bit. I know that GlueStick's negative, if you're asking for it, is that they have a pay for model. And a lot of the stuff that's really cool, you have to get into the pay for stuff. And so, I mean, but hey, at the same time, they're trying to make money, right? I mean, hey, I like making money doing software development, so I'm not going to pick on somebody if that's what their thing is, to make money. I need to make money too. I need to pay my bills. Couchbase needs to make money. We need to provide solutions to customers so that they can pay us. And so, yeah, I mean, that's just how the world works. So let's take a look here. So I've got my select out here, but sorry, I had to docs. Oh, now I'm opening Safari by accident. Let me open back here and say we are looking at the component for select, and what we need to do is theme that puppy. Select. Here we are. And themed. Let's go to the theming options. So we have underline, outline, rounded, and we have size, medium, small, and large, extra large. Let's see here. They have a spec doc. I mean, honestly, the fact that they even have a spec doc, this is probably like a Figma thing. This is pretty awesome. I mean, I don't see most people doing this. I mean, the fact that they have this and they've went out all kinds. And so they do have a theme of light and dark. And so I just need to turn this thing on dark. Yep, take a look at that. That's okay, yeah. This is pretty cool. The fact that they went through this amount of work and documentation to do this only makes you feel better about your decision when you pick them. Let's see here. So I need to look at the other doc to see the field that the property we're to fill up for this. We are going to, I've already got the theme set up. I just need to tell the component to use it. I already did this. Okay, let's go back here and make sure that we understand this. I'm looking for the document on glue stick. No, I'm not. Yep, I know that. Ejecting components. Customizing components allow you to art components according to your design system guidelines. I already have the glue stick config added in. I ejected it into the using glue stick thing inside your project, and this command will automatically change imports from. I've already added the glue stick provider, and I've already added the configuration. Update component. You can find all your update components inside a components folder. If you only customize a button component, you can find the theme inside of. Nope. Don't want to change the animation. I just want to set the theme property. See, I already did all this. I don't want to set the colors. I want to just use the light and dark that they have built in. I don't want to build my own design system. Accessibility, I don't care about. Well, I care about it, but not today. Default tokens. This is what I care about. So these are all the default tokens that should come in, right? And so these could come in with. So this is what I did. Package comes with a pre-configured default theme, which we integrated with the glue stack provider I showed it before. You can view the default theme config here. See all the components with default themes. To see all the components with the default themes, select all components here. Yep, I'm here, and select it's right here. Oh. Wait a minute. Nope. Care about that. Here we go. Nope, I looked at this. This is just give me size and variant. Themes version component style version, which allows you to quickly integrate the component to your project, component design and functionality. All the components use style by default. To customize your style, use the extended theme. Please refer to this link. They recommend reading this. We went through this. Customize the theme and components custom files. Find a theme components configuration. It is not recommended to both eject a theme and library in one project. It is recommended to eject the library to provide maximum customization. But if you want to customize the theme, refer here. Let's take a look at our code a little bit here. These guys are running around in hopscotch circles here. It seems a little bit here. Let's go take a look here. Layout. So in layout, we load in from glue stack the provider and then the theme from config. In the provider, we provide the config. And then of course, this is the theme provider for Expo, which we set to either dark or light mode. There's gotta be a way. What's this ask our AI overlords? What the easiest way to do this is. So let's get back, open our, not our components, we want our console. Here. I'm using glue stack. Realize, select component. But it doesn't seem to be working. Must be rendering correctly in target mode. How can I set the color theme to be dark or light? And let's ask our AI overlords, see what they have to say. 2 steps. Use style schema hook in the current or dark. I already have that hook right defined. And then what? Use to adjust acoustic select component for dark light mode. You need to use style schema hook from your project to dynamically set the theme. Since acoustic UI may not automatically switch themes based on this preference, you need to manually apply the theme styles to the select component you based on the current theme returned by use style. Here's a step in some pseudo code. I don't think I would want to do this way. This is again where our AI overlords, I don't think are giving me the answer that I think is the right answer. But are these giving me the things I care about? Yeah. Let's see here. So these fields are what I care about. So let's start with this. We had to look at this. We're going to copy this code. So I wrote a theme hook that does a good portion of this. Right here, or this isn't a hook. It's basically a base style theme. So I don't think container's the problem, but you can see here, I already have like something that is a base theme, and then you can kind of customize it when you go between light and dark mode. So I think what I want to do here is let's just take a look at select. And what we're going to do is below link, we're going to add select to see what this does. So let's see here. So we have theme, and we're saying if it's dark, we're going to make it AAA, and if it's light, we're going to make it that instead. So this is wrong. So what we need to do is, here's our light styles. We're going to go in here, and we're going to take this out. We're going to say if it's dark, so we want it to be light. So we're going to say that. Then in our dark style, we're going to add it in here as dark. But it was AAA, wasn't it? And then now what should happen is this should get loaded into our styles. And so since it's loaded into our styles, what we should be able to do is when we get our styles right here, we should be able to set the style equal to styles select, for example. And that should, by theory, do our select. And now that's just the border color. So let's take a look at our mobile. Let's see what happened. Looks like a different color. Let's change it and see what happens here. So let's make this a little bit like this so we can see both. And then let's go through the theme file. Move ChatGPT for right now, or GitHub Copilot, almost the same thing. Let's go to dark mode and say that the border is FFF. I didn't do anything. That didn't do anything either. DDD. So I'm gonna say that that's not working. Not working. Let's look up the docs and see what styles it. I didn't want Chrome open. I wanted the page I have open here. So let's go into these styles for this thing. Components. They give me a list of the styles for it. AP reference. And then autonomy. I get that. Properties. I bet you they don't give you a style though. So when I'm loading the style, it doesn't matter because they're using the theme library they have. I'm gonna have to go down this road and implement this theme. I didn't want to do it, but I'm gonna have to because it's not gonna work otherwise. So let's see here. I was kind of hoping to go away with just using the default config file and just tweaking the couple fields I want, but I don't think they're moving me in that direction. They're moving towards like you have to like implement this thing, man. Yeah, and so that's what I'm using right now. For users using for a seamless integration experience, that's what I'm looking for. We offer the GlueStack config package, which comes with pre-configured theme that can be easily integrated with theme D for convenient styling solution. The UI simplifies the development process by wrapping your app within GlueStack provider, passing the parameters, architecture. We try to understand which components are exported from the theme are created. Initially, we generate an uninstalled component using Stack Style Engine. This allows us to customize the styles and light and theme, providing for dark and light modes, and responding to different screen sizes using GlueStack React. Circuit themes are broken down in configuration file. We enhance the component by accessibility features, activity mode, GlueStack UI. Okay, so we have native component, style component, React. We bring it in. That comes from the config. So features. Theme uses React for style components. It provides tokens, themes, overriding components. Exports the file that allows to manipulate the theme tokens and add new themes. Theme tokens are standardized values that represent various design attributes such as colors. These tokens serve as consistency. Okay, that's cool. Okay. Customizing these tokens can also be done. For more information, refer to this link here. I really just want their light and dark mode. Component styling is accomplished through Style React. You can customize a style here. Usage. Okay. We're back to this page now. Is intentionally designed as an unstyled library. We know about both the config and the theme D. You guys have talked about it a lot. It's not recommended both eject in one place. Eject components. The customized components allow you to tailor components according to design system. Run the following command. I already installed this, man. Um, oh, run the following command to eject them the theme. So create a components folder with your project root and copy all the styled components. Oh, that's interesting. If you're already using theme inside your project, running this command will automatically change the imports from GlueStack theme to the folder. Okay. Remove the config files passed inside of the root to wrap the project and GlueStack provider. Remove the config file passed in, wrap it. Okay, so you don't need the config file because you're basically providing this thing, and this thing's going to be the thing that has all the styles that you care about. Update your tokens. These tokens are going to be the things like the colors. Okay, I smell what you're cooking. Update the config will apply automatically as passed inside the GlueStack provider. Noted the updated config will be automatically applied as passed inside a GlueStack provider component located at components GlueStack provider index. And so what they're telling me here though is that when you change your component, you would have to point to the component inside of this folder. Yeah, that makes sense because they're injecting in the code versus having it in the library, and then you're basically injecting that in. So that makes sense. You can customize the tokens in the config. Please check default components. Update your components. You can find your components inside the components folder. If you want to customize the button component, you can find the theme at components button index, the component style per your requirements. Customize animations. But really, this seems like a lot of work, but all I want to do is set the difference between dark and light mode. It just seems to me like there should just be a flag that says, hey, I have two of these things. Use this one versus this one. Let's just Google this real quick. Okay. Dark mode. Customize a theme with native wind. Heck's this now? Glue had 2 ways to switch color scheme or color mode. Uses CS variables like dark. Class name support with native wind. With CSS variables, you can find multiple color schemes in the config file. This contains 2 predefined schemes. Dark uses var functionality. Okay, let's look at how we define this. I think this is what I'm looking for. Huh. I think this is exactly what I'm looking for. GlueStack provider. They're saying that there's a mode you set. Snap. I mean, if that's that easy. Okay. Okay. All right, so let's see here. We don't even need that because if they're looking for the word light or dark, I already have this inside of schema that I calculate this based off of. So we're gonna say GlueStack. So let's go look at this in our code. Oh, this may be the best news I've seen all day. So let's go here. we can minimize structure right now. We're not using it. We can get rid of the log here. We don't care about that either. So let's see if we can fix this. So we're saying here that in layout, in here there's a mode supposedly. There is. Okay. What the hell? Fix grid file. Okay. Let's see here. So, okay, we can get the color scheme from right here, I believe. In the color scheme, go to implementation. No. Right here. If color scheme, so we're just gonna say the same thing here. I think we can just pass this in. Okay, so we're gonna have to calculate it. We're gonna have to say if color scheme equals dark, else light. Okay. Here's our Pro Max. We should be able to look at our console log and see whether or not it rebundled. That's readable now. Look at that. Okay, we got a problem where the selection one, that's bad, but background colors now black. Look at that. This is way easier than I thought it was going to be. All right. Well, we're not out of the woodwork yet, right? But good enough for my app. Close. That selection color is blinding, right? The white on there with the gray like that, that's not going to work. We're probably going to have to try to figure out that selection color and figure out how to fix that. Also, we need a header, right? We know that we need a... we should have something that says console log on it with a action button on it that when you select these, it goes through and updates. So... and of course, these are the wrong select items by leaps and bounds. They're terrible. So we got to fix that too. But we have a UI component that is going to probably work for this. And we're going to then say that this first one was log domain. And the options we have, we actually just pull these. I think I have code to pull these. I think I have code laying around to pull these values, and I think we can do this without writing or hard coding these in. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I know what wrong looks like. Let's see here. So where is that code? Okay. It's over here. Like I said, I've already written a Ionic version of this. And so I've got some experience. And I wrote the Ionic example app in React. Two things that are to my advantage is that I, technically speaking, have all that code right here. So let's go look at the login screen I did for console log and see how I pull the log levels. So we need these two. Let's go grocery shopping. I'd like these two, please. Well, maybe make this half screen. Can we do that? Make this our half screen. Oh, no. Like that. Then minimize that, and now we can kind of borrow code. All right. And console. And now minimize that, get rid of this running. And look at this. Now we can borrow code as we want to. Okay. Cool. We want to be able to grab these. We need a selected log domain. and a log level. So we know we need those two things. So let's just add those in. Where's our state at? So we're doing using context here. Here's our state. I like to put all my state stuff together. Okay, so we have selected log domain. When we reset, we want to be able to reset those. So we want to be able to do that. So let's go reset here and reset those. That looks good. And then we need to update. Okay, well, that's all the parsing. Log domains. Where are we getting log domains from? Okay, here we go. Here we go. So bum 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 bum. We should have a hook to get these though. We shouldn't be calculating these. So let's see, how am I drawing these things? So I'm mapping a log level with a key value. And the log level is coming directly from the enum that I have inside of the SDK. But I don't want the page to talk directly to the SDK, so we need to make a hook to do that. So what we would do is say we'd get a hook that says log level equals, and then we get that back. But really, when we get it back, we're using it as what? What am I doing here again? What am I doing here again? So I wrote this code like probably, I don't know when I wrote it, but I don't remember it. But I wrote it. It's the story of my life. I get the selected part. We're right here. So log domains. Where does log domains get defined? Right here. Object values of log domain. Log domains coming from here. Okay. All right. I smell the rocks cooking. Let's solve one problem at a time. That's probably best to do here. So we want to use log domains. New file. Use log domains. This is going to be a hook. Let's find a hook that we can copy and paste some code from, so we don't have to start out with everything. Oh Jesus! Well, all these hooks are terrible. There we go. What is this one doing? Oh, these are the navigation tabs. Yeah, those are hooks I wrote for doing the navigation tabs. Yeah, these are all the navigation ones. And here's enough. Don't care. Okay. Get rid of this. Make this smaller so we can see everything. All right, we're gonna import. We need to import log domain from CBL native. Start out with, and we have use log domain as values. And now what we could do is we could say return object values of log. And then we'll export another function. Use log domain as entries. But I don't want it as entries. I just want it as use log domain. And we just return log domain itself. If you want raw log domain, you can get it. Raw dog. If you want the raw dog domain, yeah, go for it, man. If you want the object values in log domain, you can do that also, right? So that's cool. Get those. And now let's go to here and actually say const log domains is going to equal use log domains as values. And that should automatically add the import to our hook. There we are. And we're probably gonna have to prettify this thing. It's probably mad. Fix that. Okay. Now we have this. Okay. What are you mad about? What? Place with let and split into declaration and initialization. No. Why? It's a hook. Don't make no sense. Not sure why it's complaining there. I think that's a red herring. All right, log domains. So we have log domains now. So now what we want to be able to do, so if we look here in our, for our items, right here, we're going to say we need a log domains map of domain. Map domain. I'm going to say then that that's equal to this code. What do we have? Okay. What's it going to put here? Okay. Well, we don't need a return here. Well, what are we doing here? Wait, what? No. It should be log domain parenthesis no semicolon needed. There should be 1 for 2 in that. That closes the map. And that closes the code. Right? And we just need to add some code in here. Select item. We're going to say label equals, we'll say domain, and value equals domain, and then key equals select item dash domain. Because we're talking React here. And so now the problem is that we have an issue where this is a list of things, right? And if it's a list of things and we don't have a key, the DOM doesn't know what happens if it changes, right? Doesn't know how to redraw and stuff. So let's fix the current file here. That all looks good. And now we can get rid of these select items. Because we don't need these hard-coded values, right? But we need to be able to say the select content. So we need to be able to say which item. This is where we have to go back and look at that docs. Where is the select item again? Docs. Component. Select. How do I get the value? What? Okay. Property. Select a value. Set the current select a value option. I want to say on change value. Call back to evoke when the selected is changed. So on change value looks like it. That's what we want. And so let's see here. Do they have an example where they say the event? The event, I'm assuming, goes on up here on the select. It's got to be because the select, all these other things is just like cool, but it's like, you know, we have to have the function. We have to get the value back so we can set it to state. no way around that, right? So it may even change it to large, but that's not a problem right now. So I'm going to say that what we need is this property on value changed. Let's go through and see if our IDE can help us figure this out. So we're going to say here that our select equals what? It's not really giving me any options now. There we go. Can I do? Trying to find out what the syntax of this is. Well, that's stupid. I'm not getting like... I wonder if we can do an arrow function on this. Similar to how the... It's gotta work like that, right? Right? I'm hitting the command for, there we go. So yeah, so we're saying that this is, and we should be able to say then value, and then here, and then what we would want to be able to do is say, if it's changed, we want to set, what a selected log domain, and we would say value, right? And let's go here because I'm sure it's going to say that it needs to fix it because that's wrong. And then what we probably want to do is just to test this, we could put text field, text, and we're going to say that this is selected log domain. Just make sure that this is working. Oh shoot. Text does not exist, you turd. You didn't add in the automatically by using statement for me? What are you doing? Where is themed? We don't need this anymore. We don't need that anymore, technically speaking. That should fix us. Yeah. Okay, that's working. Cooking with fire here. All right. So now we need really a header, right? We should probably fix the header problem. It's looking gross. Let me check chat. It's been a while. Let's see here. Oh boy, the stream's been going on for 3 hours. Oh, well, I mean, I'm working, so let's see here. So let's go and make a new component for the header. New file. We're gonna call this. Oh, we don't need this. We already have it. We have one that's called header run action view. Yeah. We just need to import that in. I wrote that this morning. Forgot. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. And what we want to be able to do is say on run update. There is no that, and that's not the right field. It's on Boy, the IntelliSense is going crazy on this thing. It is name, icon name, handle update preset pressed. So it would be, this would be handle update pressed. Okay. And then we would have to say, we have to give it a name of what we want the header to be, right? So we say name equals, and we say icon name equals, and then we say handle name. So name would be console log. Icon name, well, I don't know the icon name yet, honestly. We'll have to look that up. What? Why is it complaining? All right, so we just need an icon name. We're cool. Let's go back over here. Where's our icon listing? Right here. Log. And we're using the material icons, the material community icons. So what do we got for material community? Let's log in. Log in. There's got to be like a. None of this is what I'm looking for. Let's go to text. You're a little. In my 30 days of trying different browsers, I can say that I'm annoyed by Edge. A lot. Don't like how it, like, this thing works. I just want it to always be open. I have a big enough monitor. You don't have to open, close on me. Turn off vertical tab. What does that do? Oh, it puts them at the top. That's even worse. Well, is it? Jeez, how do I find the one I was looking for now? I was on the one, but there's so many tabs. Oh, these are the React Native tabs, and these are the ones I had open. All right, I get it. Not my fault. It was my fault. Where is... There it is. Let's see what we have under material. Community. So what do we have? We don't want clipboard. We don't want that. We want something that kind of has like text on it. Oh, file cog. Yeah, file cog. Go file cog. That's exactly what I want. Well, file compare also looks nice. I like file compare more. File compare. File compare, you are our winner of the cool icon that I want to use for this. Magic sauce. Console. Ooh. It's pretty string for a building component. Or where are we getting? Where is it pissed off? Okay, so I'm guessing that the only thing I changed was this header, which I know didn't cause this, or this right here value changed, right? So let's take this out, save it, and see if our app renders again. Nope. Element is invalid. That call stack is absolutely useless. Therefore, I mean, like, what's really going on? Another thing that sucks about React Native is when this happens, right? So that definitely didn't cause it. So then, did this cause it?
Oh yes, the sleeping pills.
Why did my header cause it? Header run action. I use this all the time. Oh wait, I know why. The import's wrong. What? Did you mean? Yeah, I just did that. I mean, I literally just did that. I just had to import backwards. There we go. Okay, cool. Now we gotta add some spacing. Oh, geez. That is terrible. In style select, can I tell that to add some padding? Nope. Base style. I don't think this was working, so I don't think this is going to work. Wait, I can just inject this in. Aaron, that's... Doesn't even take a style for padding. I don't... I could wrap this in a view and see if that... And then do this. And then I could do some padding on that based on that. Don't want to care about that. Yeah, that didn't work. I don't want container though. I want let's make a new container though. Okay, this will work though. This will give us the pattern we're looking for. So let's go to theme D, find where container is. So it's flex 1, but we don't want flex 1. We want item container. We don't want item container either. We want div. We want a select container. And we want to say padding top is 10. And then what we can do is go back to here and just say that that is style select container. And that should hopefully, yep, coolio. And now we should probably add some padding to that bottom because that's also pretty rough, right? So don't need to open anymore. Let's see. Is set to 8. 8 seems like a decent number. There we go. Now we got some padding. Okay, that's cool. I should probably add like a text box on the top of it that says that it's the log domain and stuff. So I should probably have something like this. Text select a log domain. And this should be probably outside the view though. Maybe not. And then we have to import text from theme D, otherwise it doesn't work right. Okay, it's already there. No, that's not gonna work because that needs to be inside the view also. Otherwise it's gonna be wrong. And that needs padding on it. Don't want to do it inline style on this. Shit. Let's see here. Text input. Select text description. For this, we want padding of space. We want padding. Not the same padding top of 10. Font size of 18. Let's start with that. And say style equals styles select description and yep. Okay. It's gonna be 4. And then padding to the be left, but it should be start, but React Native never seems to work that way. It's 8. It should be more than that. That works. And then we'll just set the select the log domain. You know what I'm going to do next, right? You know what I'm going to do next. I'm going to have to completely refactor this whole damn thing out to a component. This is too much code right here. That cannot be, because we'd have to cut and paste that for, we need 2 select boxes. Remember the original UI? 2 select boxes. I ain't gonna do that, right? So we would have to pass in, what do we have to pass in to make this in? We'd have to pass in a function that handles the onChange. We'd have to pass in the data. Yeah, because the data is going to be different though. This is just a lot of code. And I don't like the fact that I can't reuse it. And I feel like what does the other one come back as? Let's take a look and see what the other one comes back as. It comes back as entries. If I change my... Where did that go? Wait, where did I get that from? Oh, it's a hook. Change my hook. And if I do this, so instead of map, would be would be like, I would say, that works. Okay. And so if I bring back the log, if I always bring them back as key value, as entries, right? I can reuse both. I can then now write this because what do I need? I need a selection. I can pass this in as a function. The name, I can pass the placeholder as a function or as a string. Select the domain here. That's text. This header, we'll call it. That can be passed in as text. Okay. So this view here, we could take from here down and refactor this whole thing to a component. I truly believe that. Let's see here. All right, let's see. So we're going to grab from this view, close it, copy this entire thing to a component called a log selection, right? Or select log. Yeah, something like that. Select and key value view. So export default select key value. Boy, okay, it's getting late. I might have to call this after this because what am I doing wrong here? Export default function. Jesus, I can't even write a freaking method signature right today. Fix this. Function select key value and we'll take some stuff in, but okay. Nope. And now where were we? We're at console. Got this big mess. All right. View from here. Select drop. Fix the current file. So now we got to take in a bunch of stats, which means we're going to need a prop type. Let's go into prop types here. New file. This is going to be select key value props type PS. We want to take a all right. get this guy out of here for right now so we can make this full screen so we can take a look at this and understand what we're at here. Alright, so we're making this. Where did our style go? Right here. Alright. What do we need here? Let's bring this over here. Let's close this. Let's take a look here. We need a grocery shop. What do we need? We need a string. We need a name. This will be header, title, string. We need the onSelect change. So onSelect change, which would be a function of a string. Void. We need what else do we need? We need placeholder, which is also a type of string. We need data items, which would be of a type any. That's not true. We'll fix that afterward. What else do we need? I think that's it. So we could say well, we'll put there any right now. I think what we can do is use a generic to fix this. Because it's basically a key value, and the key is the key, and the value is there. We can turn that into a generic. So we could say something like this. Now, I think we can fix this by making the pass to we do in the key props as a generic. It would be something like this. String T. And this would have to be a T. Right. Because then we could say, hey, look, you know, we're going to bring in whatever type we want. We just don't give a crap, right? We just know that there's going to be some kind of value there. All right. So I think what we could do here is say that the select key value is going to take in a type of, sorry, let's import that also. Port wait, are we doing props with lower capital? No, capital. Nope. And then we want to say that we're going to get this from, so now we're going to say we want to get our header title. Oh, let me just grab all these. Well, it's sometimes annoying. The ID does this. It's still better VS Code. But it's like, come on, dude. Pretty fast these. Automatically fix the freaking, you know, highlighting problems. And so then we just have to tell it, what's the syntax and TypeScript for this? You tell it to, that the type of it is so that it stops with the whole BS there. What is it? It's usually, okay, so colon after it, then you give it a type. And they say object C is syntax sucks. And we say, nope, this conforms to select key value props. And that should make this go bad or go fix because I just used it. So let's go through here and try to, why is this all pissed off? Oh, because we have to tell this to return, right? Shit. I just matched it in without a return statement that tells it that, hey, you know, return this. Return a function of this crap. Okay. Style's not being, what is it? Is this, do I have the right import type? I'm absolutely using it. It's like literally right here, dude. So let's see here. Let's try to solve one problem at a time, I guess. So style's missing, right? So it's bad because style's missing. So if I go back to console where we stole this from and look for style, I gotta import style properly. Where is style? Import. Use style. And then once I have that, I can set get style. Can I get style? Here we go. This is what we need. I've imported the wrong thing. That should automatically import though. There it goes. So then I did the wrong thing though. I imported style from something else, I thought. All right, so that should fix style. So now this is actually not this. This is called unselect change. Unselect change. That, let's see here. Where is the text here? So this would be select log domain would be header title. So we're gonna pass that in. So header title should light up here in a second if the IDE is smart enough to figure out that it's being used. And now placeholder will be placeholder. And I think we can take those quotes out. It should be able to figure that out. And then we can say items map. We no longer care about that. Now the only issue is, are we going to get away with the pissed off now? Why is it starting here? Start out with, what am I missing? I'm looking at another component. What am I missing in my syntax? I'm missing something. When we define it, default export name, parenthesis, colon, name of the thing, blah, do shit. Okay. Export default. Function. Select key. R values. Boom. Do stuff. So I think the import's wrong. I think it needs to be like this because otherwise it'd be gold. Export type. Use name import for. Okay. You stop whining about your red light BS here. Now it's gone away. Nope. It's still mad. Oh, shoot. It's mad because of the generic. And I don't want to define it. Nope. But no, this might get mad because it's an any. We'll see if I can handle it. I have to fix it after. Let's see if we can just get it working to start out with, right? So we've passed it. We've got it where we've refactored it out. Header, title, on select change, placeholder, and items. And this looks like it might actually work. So let's go over to console here. And now import this in. So let's go here and got all of our import statements. We can close this so we have more access to stuff here. So we're going to import our select key value from, yes, please. And now, wait, why? Oh, because I cut it out of there. I cut it out? No, I did. It's right here. Okay. Let's go and say select key value. And header title will be, what is our header title right now? Oh, select be select a blog domain. And let's close that. And then let's go through here and find the rest of the stuff. So the placeholder is just called log domain. The on select change would be right here. Set selected domain. Pass that function, and then it should hopefully call that function. Set the value. Let's go through and make sure that that's really the case, though. It should. Yep, unselected change should pass in the value. So that should work. And what are we missing? We're missing items, and items right now are the log domains. Why is it mad about that? My type, I'm missing a bracket set. According to this. Yep. Okay. Alrighty. What's the chances of this app just working? There it is. refactored out, and now I can reuse it. Oh yeah, that's where we want. We want the ability to reuse this puppy so that we are lazy. So let's do that. Let's now that we have it working, we can just kill all this code and see how fast we can get this down to a very small amount of code. So now we can say, well, if we look at here, we want to select a, get my mobile app over here up, a log level instead. And that should automatically update it there, as we can see. And we have a setter for the log level. So we're going to change that to be the setter for the log level instead. And we'll say log level here. And now the only difference is we need the log level instead of the log domain. So we need our hook. Where are our hooks? Here they are. And new file, use log level, .txx. We can just steal this one because we almost want to do the same thing, but we want to say log level, and we want to say log level. And we can get either the log level back, or we can use the log level as values and get those back. Okay, and now we should just be able to do the same thing we did here, but we want to say const log levels equals use log levels as values. That should import in the hook, hopefully. There we go. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. Any of those things from glue stack because we componentized that. We don't have any text, so we don't need that anymore. We'll clean that up both. And so now we've got this. It's gonna be mad because we haven't used it yet. So it's gonna be like, hey, you haven't used it yet. You know, go fix that. I know that. Thanks for telling me. Thanks for reminding me. And we just put it here. And let's go take a look at this. And there's our log levels, but they're wrong. They're wrong. They're wrong. They're wrong. Those should be separate, and they're not. So my hook is wrong. And so here we need to that should be right. So it should give me back an array of key pair values. Let's ask ChatGPT to fix this. Okay. I got a text message. What's going on here? Oh crap! I gotta end the stream. I forgot all about it. All right, guys, I gotta run. I got some stuff I'm supposed to be doing. I gotta save this. I'll be back tomorrow. I apologize.